Afadhali mzee ambaye ni mtulivu, ambaye hana haja ya kujaza mifuko yake, ambaye atachunga masilahi ya watu yake, badala ya mdomo tamtamu 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 tamtamu. Lakini akiingia ni wale wa kufanya moja yako, nusu ya mwananchi, mbili yako na tano yangu. Na mnawajua nyinyi
kutafuta uongozi kwa kutumia dini au kutumia kabila, unagawa watu. Kazi ya uongozi ni kujenga watu wawe kitu kimoja.
The 2.2 billion has been spent in the office of the president and State House between July and September. If you do that calculation, it means that we spend in that office 23 million per day and 1 million per hour. That cannot be sustainable.
Sisi vile vile sio wote ambao wanataka ugomvi kwa sababu ya ugomvi.
Niwaambia nyinyi ni wajinga mkimpata Ruto. Mkadhani tunawadanganya.
Jeti ya Ruto. Hii maisha ya Ruto ni stress na ni stress.
Mungu, wewe umetukosea.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We're glad you're watching. Thank you so much for making time to join us. This is Sound Candid Talk, Open Forum Political Discussion Show, the show that gives you an opportunity to air what you feel and think about the latest development on our political front. Well, it is now on record. The Adani contracts have run into a crisis by reason of the pronouncement of the courts. And there has been some orders to that effect that such deals cannot be entered to as it has been the order of the day. The public participation needs to count something, and everything needs to be done in the light and not in the shadows like it has been seen with the Adani agreement. And now the Kenyans can breathe a sigh of relief for a while, even as we use those whatever conservatory orders to seek better outcomes in terms of completely getting rid of these mysterious Adani agreements that are out to stifle the rest of our lives by us not knowing what's going on. But the political class seems to want to rob us of everything we own corporately as a nation in the pretext of privatization or private-public partnership that is shrouded into mysteries that don't make sense. And so as Kenyans, we must keep in the fight. And I keep encouraging us, we don't fight one way, We must fight at all levels, using whatever that is available to see to it that a rogue regime like this one does not win in any way. So if on the street it calls, we will be on the street. Through the courts, we'll still fight. Through parliament, we'll still fight. As long as we are stopping the evil, the fight must be fought. Another crisis, Gashagua and his appeal against the 3-judge bench falls flat on the issue of bias and other allegations. And therefore, Gachagua will have to appear before and let that bench preside over his case in spite of his insecurities concerning the constitution of the bench and the people on that particular bench. That case will be continuing next week on Tuesday. And so, Gashagua, better prepare your legal team to face the bench and prove your case, other than cast aspersion on the credibility of the bench in the pretext of buying time or looking for how to capitalize on the loopholes to win the case. Oh, while that is happening, Charargei, the Senate of Nandi, who has been the face of the seeking of term extension for the president, for the parliament, for the county assembly, has hatched another mischief where he claims that 80% of Kenyans are in support of the extension of the term from 5 years to 7 years. This needs to be fought with everything we have and everything we are, because majority of the petitioners and majority of the people that spoke in the public participation never supported the extension of the term limit. So his pronouncement to imply that the majority of Kenyans are comfortable with the term limit being extended to 7 years is being questioned from all quarters. And therefore, as Kenyans, we need to understand that these are crooks who want to appear to be speaking for us when we have not sent them. They are like the prophets in the book of Ezekiel who claim God has sent them when God has not sent them, who claim to be speaking on behalf of God when God doesn't recognize them. Appreciate everybody as you join from wherever you are. Please be on the forefront to invite somebody, remind them that the show is on and we are ready to engage with Kenyans from every walk of life and in all parts of the world as we gather around on Sound Candid Talk YouTube channel, Sound Candid Talk live YouTube channel, Kibali Loans Facebook page, and Sound Candid Talk TikTok handle. Please, let's all join, share the live, invite more people. Let's find out how this all plays and how Kenyans are taking whatever that is happening and what will be the way forward. I salute each one of you as you join. Please don't relent. Our fight continues. It is not over until we win. Thank you so much. 48 people viewing. Please, let's be on the forefront. 36 from Sound Candid Talk. 12 Sound Candid Talk live. Facebook, hakuna mtu. TikTok, naona watu wangapi? 52. Please, let's be on the forefront. Kukaribisha mtu ili hakuna atakayeachwa nyuma katika masuala haya. Naamini kwamba tuko mstari wa mbele kurekebisha aliyokwenda mrama katika nchi yetu, na hilo jukumu litakuwa jukumu la kila mmoja wetu, wala sio wachache tu. Kwa hivyo kila Mkenya mwenye nia njema, mahala pa kukutana ni hapa ambako tunazungumza wazi wazi kwa masuala haya, tukitafuta haki kwa kila Mkenya, kwa sababu nchi yetu inahitaji sauti ambayo itazungumzia kwa wale ambao hawana sauti. Wanyonge walindwe na wawe ndio wanalindwa kuliko mwingine yeyote, ili kila mmoja awe katika hiyo nafasi ya usalama wa ulinzi wa kila mwananchi kwa serikali yake. Freedom, welcome to the show. Green, welcome to the show. I salute you. Thank you so much for being here. Dahid Abdi, karibu kwa show. Appreciate you. MNA, welcome to the show. Msimamo, karibu kwa show. Tunim Hamud 77, our PS, karibu kwa show. Asante sana kwa kuwai. Simba Omar Said, welcome to the show. Thank you for being here. William Adilo, welcome to the show. Ubuntu, karibu kwa show. Asante sana kwa kuwai. Kuna nani? Lydia Karimba, karibu kwa show. Asante kwa kufika. Favor, welcome to the show. Liz M, welcome to the show. Thank you so much. Kuna Juliet Msalia, karibu kwa show. Kenyatta Junior, welcome to the show. Thank you so much. Kuna Philbert Burudi, welcome to the show. Habel Matende, karibu kwa show. Asante sana kwa kuwai. Naona pia mama Selina ashaingia na nani bwana Wangira. Kwa hivyo tuko ready kufungua jamvi na kuhakikisha kwamba masuala ya leo yanazungumziwa kwa kina. Kwa hivyo na kuomba kama unaingia studio, link ya kutumia iko kwa comment section. Tumia tafadhali wai mapema ili tukazungumze masuala haya na kila Mkenya amakinike katika kufahamu ni kipi kinachoendelea na ni vipi tutakavyotatua yanayokumba nchi hii. Namuona pia Grace Kingori, karibu kwa show. Asante sana. Naomba tafadhali sasa tukafungue mjadala tunapoangazia masuala yetu, na nchi yetu ni jukumu letu kuilinda. Usisahau hilo, na your input is required in whatever way, in whichever capacity. So don't look down on your contribution in bettering Kenya. Your voice matters, your comment matters, you are sharing this with everybody counts. Therefore, tukue mstari wa mbele kurekebisha yaliyokwenda mrama. Nashukuru kila mmoja. Naomba basi tukafungue na hiyo story yetu ya kwanza ya masuala ya koti na Adani, kisha tukaanze kuchambua jinsi ilivyo desturi. Asante sana.
Our sign language interpreter tonight is Belinda Adhiambo. The High Court has slammed the brakes on the deal between Kenya Electricity Transmission Company, KETRACO, and the Adani Energy Solutions firm. Justice Bahati Nambuye issued conservatory orders after the Law Society of Kenya sought to stop the deal pending hearing and determination of their case. The deal, valued at 95.6 billion shillings, could have seen the Indian conglomerate Adani construct electricity infrastructure in parts of the country. Brenda Wanga reports on the setback, albeit temporary, on the project.
The court's decision comes in the wake of a strong defense of the multi-billion shillings electricity transmission deal between KETRACO and Adani by the government.
We are trying to accelerate.
President William Ruto, for the first time, breaking his silence on the deal that has attracted attention and criticism from sections of the country populace yesterday.
The Adani Group are investing in the transmission line. Their money, 95 billion. We would have otherwise gone to borrow that money, burden the people of Kenya. This is now a private sector investment, the same way Keshan here is a private sector investment, the same way Sosian is a private sector investment.
We have got no capacity as a country currently, given our fiscal space, to support or to finance such infrastructure development from our taxes. And again, we cannot continue to borrow money in the normal manner because the space for more borrowing has increasingly diminished.
The Law Society of Kenya moved to court to have the implementation of the 95.68 billion shillings agreement on grounds that the process used to reach the agreement was a constitutional sham, tainted with secrecy, and was critically short of the principles of integrity, transparency, openness, and accountability. It also averred that there was no meaningful public participation and that crucial information about that project was not disclosed. Justice Bahati Mwamuye issued the conservatory orders sought by LSK and suspended the implementation of any project agreement between KETRACO, Adani Solutions, the CS for Energy and Treasury, the Attorney General, amongst others, and its related companies and entities with regards to the development of transmission lines, substation, and any other electrical power infrastructure. He further restrained the respondents from entering into any new agreement or furthering any existing agreement with Adani regarding the development of electricity transmission infrastructure. The agreement between Adani Solutions, a subsidiary of the Adani Group, is meant to have the Indian company develop, finance, construct, and operate critical transmission lines and substations across the country on a 30-year lease.
I am very happy that for the first time in Kenya today, we will have a transmission line from here in Menengai that will go to Olkalau, that will go to Nanyuki, supply power to that region all the way to Meru. They will, for the first time, access geothermal power from Menengai.
The Law Society of Kenya also opposed this, stating that the transmission lines should not have been leased to a foreign entity as they are national assets, and doing so was a violation of the principles of transparency. The matter will be mentioned on the 11th of November in an open and physical court. The orders came as yet another case challenging another Adani deal was referred to the Chief Justice for empanelment of a multi-judge bench to hear it. LSK and the Kenya Human Rights Commission petitioned against plans to hand over the management of JKIA to Adani for a period of 30 years. Brenda Wanga, Citizen TV.
Mambo ni kama hayo. Swala la Adani basi limewekwa break mpaka hiyo kesi isikike na ieleweke Wakenya wanapea nani kitu gani kwa muda gani kwa nini. Nashukuru kila mmoja, naomba tafadhali makinika kukaribisha mtu. 76 people, we should be over to 100 already. Please let's share the link where possible, and please begin and ensure you are liking the video. Your thumbs up matters, especially on YouTube. Please do that. And then, of course, the poll question. Are you in support of the courts stopping Adani? Your yes or no response will be required either on Sound Candy Talk YouTube channel or Sound Candy Talk live YouTube channel. I appreciate everyone. Thank you for being here. Please, let's keep going as we engage with the rest of Kenyans on the way forward for our country. Moja kwa moja nimlete mama akatufungulie kisha tusonge mbele. Mami, habari ya leo?
Sana Penat. Sherehe ilikuwa mzuri, tumesunguka World Bank, tumepatiwa security ya police. Nilikuwa Muganda tena, lakini niliwakilisha wa Kenya. So kulingana na mambo ya leo Penat, ya hii Adani deal na energy, tuna support koti zetu za Kenya. Tunataka serikali iambie wa Kenya, we don't refuse kama watu wanakuja kufanya kazi, lakini tunataka open, tunataka kujua what was the deal. Na hii Adani, who is this Adani? Tumejua a group of Adani companies. Is it that group of Adani companies? Kuna wa Kenya ndani, na kama kuna wa Kenya, who are they? Na kama wangeweka hiyo tender open, how did Adani company win, Penat? Was it, hiyo ni kitu ilipeanwa direct? Haikukuwa open tender? What was it? Na kwa hiyo pesa yao wanalete, what is the interest? Wakitupatia hiyo pesa Penat, what are we paying them? Kwa nini mnatuambia wametuletea pesa na amutuambii tunalipa nini? Ukilete milioni yako moja Penat kwa Wakenya, umepatiwa Wakenya bure bila kupata percentage. So hiyo ndio vitu tunataka watuambie kotini ya kwamba yes, wanafanya hii kazi, this is the percentage, tutalipa yeye pesa yetu miaka gani and why. Na wakati nimesikia hata wakisema hata machuma Penat yenye tuko nayo kwa Kenya, tuko nayo hizo tena tunapatia tena Adani. So all these Penat tunataka kujua inaenda kwa nani. My worry Penat ni lawyers, Adani with the money and these people na okopa ya kwamba as citizens tunashukuru Law Society of Kenya wanaweza kuwa na lawyers behind them Penat, kama vile tumeona kesi ya Gashagua ikiendelea. Nataka kumalizia hapo kwa hiyo, kwa sababu najua watu wengi wako. Nikikuja kwa mambo ya kesi ya Gashagua Penat, ya kwamba walilazimisha machaji kuretire ama kusurrender but wamekaa kangari, wamesema wanafanya kazi yao. Now mimi Penat, kulingana vile niliona hiyo kesi vile ilikuwa haki kwa siku mbili, Gachagua, you need to think twice. Hawa lawyers yao walionyeshana kupigana ngume, kushout. Kama wangekaa chini Penat na kuact kesi polepole, I did not even know Paul Muite, those lawyers, Mwangi, wote Penat. Na nilikuwa naona the other side, they were relaxing, walitulia. I don't know walikuwa natulia kwa sababu walichua kitu ama walitulia juu walijua kesi hiyo haina mtu. So mi ningesema hivi on 29, Deputy President apate watu wanaweza kumwakilisha. And again Penat, to me, I don't know akiresign kuna hasara ama aende hiyo kotini mpaka akuwe impeach, ama afanye tena. Nilisikia Penat, I don't know, niliona kama ako hospitali tena tukaambiwa sijui kuna heartbreak, alafu tena ako na mgonjwa ama ati sijui kuna kitu nilisikia, sijui hiyo Kiswahili ya madaktari. But Penat, I think our Deputy President, hata kama ni uchungu, he has to decide once. Hospitali iwezi kuokoa kwa sababu even on 29, if you want to be still in the hospital, that one cannot okoa. Why can't he resign? Hii kasi si ya mtu binafsi Penat, ni kasi ya wananchi. Na kuendelea vile wamechafuana, sioni kama kuna kitu itamsaidia hata akikatalia kufanya kazi. Wesi kama hali umeweka atui 10 na wewe ni mtu moja. So nafikiria kwa mimi nataka kuachia hapo. Asante kwa sababu umeniwachia nitangulie. Niko hapa Penat. Nimetacha hizo mbili, hiyo ya Adani na hiyo ya Gachagua. Na huku tuambia vile niliona Turkana tena Sakayo amekuwa Turkana mpaka leo, alikuwa amefaa raia, amefalishwa shuka. Na nikasikia akisema anawauliza Turkana, munataka mimi nipange Munyesi? Sijui Munyesi alichakuliwa wapi, kumbe hii mtu ni kupanga watu. Na akauliza watu anataka Munyesi amupange. So hii ya kusema kupanga Penat ni kama he doesn't want independent senators or members of parliament. Hata kama anafanya UDA ama alikuwa Jubilee, but uwezi sema upange. So ni kumaanisha the president we have ni ya kupanga watu, si ati watu wafanye kazi vile tuliwachakulia. So that is what I hear and I was like, wow. So hii watu yote amewapanga. Thank you Penat.
So thank you Mami, thank you, a good start indeed. We appreciate your input. Hiyo swala ya heartbreak, I think that was a joke. It wasn't serious. It's not an official communication. I think they were relating his situation with the heartbreak, ile ya kuachwa kwa mapenzi. Kwa hivyo inakuchanganya mpaka unashindwa kwenda mbele ama nyuma. Sioni wala sisikii. Naomba tafadhali tumakinike kukaribishana tunapoendelea na mjadala. Nimlete Wangira moja kwa moja naye atufungulie. Wangira vipi?
Kwani Wangira alitangulia ama ni mimi?
Wewe Captain, nyamaza hapo hapo.
Thank you Bernard, you know.
Sawa.
Yes,
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can get you, Wangira. Go ahead.
You can get. Oh, thank you very much, Bernard. I seem to be having challenges again. There's an attack on my net. But let me try to be quick. Bernard, today I hope that you saw those queues at KICC of Kenyans who are queuing to see if they can get an opportunity to go and work in Qatar. That's what we were talking about yesterday. And, I just don't want to revisit the issue, but I hope that you saw the queues today with your own eyes. So let me not revisit the issue. Let me go to Adani. Bernard, Adani could be a good deal, just like President William Samoei Ruto purports. It could be a good deal. We don't know. But the problem that we are having with Adani is one. It is the secrecy behind this entire deal. When our values and principles of governance are very, very clear that accountability and transparency is key. So if you are signing deals of such a magnitude, Bernard, you must be accountable to the people of Kenya, and you must come out transparently. And that's why, Bernard, public participation is a key component of our governance. And that's what the Law Society of Kenya is saying, that these deals are shrouded in some secrecy. And because they are shrouded in some secrecy, then they seem to be something that somebody does not want us to know. And that's the only problem we have with Adani. It's not that we are fighting Adani for the sake of it. Secrecy in which it is shrouded, Bernard, is the real problem.
Bwana Wangira, inaonekana neti yako imechapwa, samahani. Kama unanipata, my advice.
Nakupata.
Yeah, my advice is switch off.
Let me finish. I can hear you. And that's why
you're
can you hear me?
You are breaking while communicating, so we are not getting your whole sentences. What you do is turn off your router for 2-3 minutes, then get back. Turn off your router for 2 to 3 minutes.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. I'll come back.
You'll be able to communicate without problem. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining from wherever you are. Please make sure you are an extension of what we are doing right here, right where you are, by sharing the live with everybody in your life. Please, anybody you know that likes and enjoys content like this, please share the link with them, invite them, give them a call, wake them up, let them join and be part of this great conversation. We are engaging on the current state of affairs of our country, the politics, the turns and the twists thereof, and the way forward. So please don't miss out by failing to share widely with everybody in your life. Your likes, your thumbs up are important for all our videos, whether you're joining us on Facebook, on YouTube, or TikTok. We appreciate you. Please be here. Let us engage. Nimleta Queen Mo basi naye achangie. Karibu Queen Mo, how are you today? Unmute.
I'm very well, Pastor Bernard. How are you today?
Great,
and
great.
How
Welcome.
is our Mama National Unity Platform? You're well? Yeah. Well, okay. And I enjoyed the opening statement by our Mama there. She had it all together and I really liked it. But I wanted to give a bit of clarification about the broken heart syndrome, which I was actually doing a bit of research about. It's actually a serious syndrome. Did you know that? Did you know that there are parents and people who die when their children die out of a broken heart? Are you aware about that? It is a real syndrome. It's not even a joke. It's even named after an octopus trap, So basically, he was diagnosed with this Takotsubo cardiomyopathy, which is actually like, it's also called the broken heart syndrome. And basically, in our research, I'm finding that it's also caused by stress. It's a stress cardiomyopathy, and it occurs when, they say it occurs when the lower part of the left ventricle balloons out with each heartbeat, causing the ventricle to resemble the Takotsubo, which is a Japanese octopus trap. Okay, so basically the exact cause remains unknown, but stress and both emotional and physical is believed to trigger the condition. Now, for me, I'm not going to go into detail.
Just a moment.
I'm reading from my research.
You are reading.
I was reading from my research.
You have broken down those words.
I want to now talk about what I think as myself. What I feel is that definitely, I don't believe, I really do not believe for a second that a cardiologist of the repute of Dr. Gikonyo would actually put his reputation on the line and state something that is untrue. I really doubt that. He would never do something like that. That would be foolish and for a professional to do such a thing. What I believe is that when I triangulate it based on Gashagua's behavior, if you see his behavior, he's a very emotional human being, and just like Mama mentioned there, he talks a lot, he complains a lot, he cries a lot, he seeks public sympathy a lot. That is his personality. And people like that obviously show a sense of anxiety. So it could be a condition that he has been living with, that he could be generally an anxious, nervous type. And such people can develop or maybe can show symptoms of heart problems, and they can come at any time. So that's just my reaction to that. That I wouldn't completely discredit it. I wouldn't say that it's a big joke, but but especially because if you think about him, and even if I triangulate, even in terms of his birth time, he is a Pisces. He's born in February, end of February, and being a Pisces, he's an emotional man. The Pisces people are water signs and they're emotional people. So if you add all those things together, and then you add the fact that he has a wife like Dorcas, who is a pastor, somebody who's very understanding, then you can kind of understand, based on his very emotional utterances throughout his career so far, that he's a very emotional human being. So I would never discount anxiety, stress, heartbeats, even palpitations and all kinds of things happening, especially if he's in Senate. He may not have been able to handle it. That's just basically it. He seems to me like that kind of character. He's just an emotional human being, super emotional. And there are some men who are super emotional, even more than women, by the way, So I wouldn't completely discredit it. Yeah. But now in terms of, that's just my reaction. And then when it comes to the issue of the one of the things I just wanted to talk about is there are so many conservatory orders. What's happening? All these conservatory orders, that's just unbelievable. These are even stronger than injunctions and stays, apparently, in the courts. And I agree with everybody that it's really all about the secrecy that's behind everything. Wangiri talked about it and Mama talked about it. The secrecy, the fact that there's no transparency, the fact that we are aware that our airports are in shambles, really. Our airports do need a facelift. Even if you compare JKIA, for example, with Addis Ababa Airport. Addis Ababa Airport got a beautiful facelift, and it's beautiful, that airport. If you even compare it to JKIA just looks like a kiosk compared. Yeah, and for a country like ours, which is supposed to be such a strong economy, I think that we do need a facelift, and it would be good to partner with people. The other airport that received a facelift is Morocco, Casablanca. The airport is unbelievably beautiful, and I think that maybe we do need to partner with people. But why don't we think about partnering with people at home first before we start looking for foreigners? And if we want foreign investors, then in that case, like Mama says, why is it not an open tender? Why are we not subjected to it? Why are we not allowed to participate, being that this is our national asset? And that's it for now.
Okay, thank you. I was saying that you would have broken down those terminologies that you were sharing so that our audience can get them in a layman's explanation. Because you threw in a lot of medical terminologies. That's what I was asking you to do, at least when you use typology, a picture like you help many people make sense of the situation, other than just heaping that those big terminologies. So I if you can, please, you should do that. And just before that, Captain, I don't have war with you. And if you think you want to fight, this is not the right place. I started this show. I know what time, who came at what time. So please, don't come to run the show. If you want to run the show, I can leave it for you. Just apply through due process. Then we'll see what to do. Lakini we kuja hapa kutupanga, sisi hatupangwingwi ikifika kwa masuala ya kufanya kazi. Tafadhali. Asante. Queen Mo, you can do that breakdown as Wangira comes back.
I will not even. Okay, can you hear me? Oh, you can't hear me.
Okay,
Can you
go
hear me?
ahead.
Oh, can you hear me? Okay, then that's okay. Okay, now those terms. Okay, what I know, the little I know from my anatomy and physiology classes that I took a long time ago. I am nowhere near. I'm not a doctor or anything like that, but I know cardio refers to the heart. Okay, he was diagnosed with Takotsubo. Okay, Takotsubo is in reference, according to this article, Takotsubo is actually a trap that is used for octopus by the Japanese. Okay, it's a shape, it has a certain shape. So that is referring to the shape. Okay, they're talking about cardio is, of course, the heart. Myopathy is illness. Okay, and also known as broken heart syndrome. So, according to the Harvard Takotsubo cardiomyopathy, it's also called a stress cardiomyopathy. So, in other words, it causes illness of the heart, dysfunction, of the heart because of stress. And then they talk about the left ventricle, which is the left chamber of the heart, which balloons out. Okay, basically, just like I think maybe it swells out, okay, with each heartbeat, causing that chamber or that ventricle to resemble that Japanese octopus trap. And if you want to read more about this, this is in the Standard Media. It's actually here in the Standard Media, where somebody went into great lengths into trying to understand what this was, because I love to read such things. So you just look at it. It's in the Standard Media. I think maybe I'll just give you a link to the article and you can share it with everybody, and they can go ahead and read it and go into Google, go to their doctors, ask them what that is. But broken heart syndrome is a real syndrome, by the way. People have died of broken hearts. Yeah, you can die, by the way, of a broken heart. That's why it's not good to grieve for too long. Either when you lose somebody or when you lost a job or when you feel afraid, you should be very careful, because stress can kill. That's why they say stress kills. Yeah, so I'll provide you the link and you can share it with everybody where I found that article.
Thank you very much. That was more insightful.
There it is.
Me, I was taking it lightly on the surface because probably I don't so much. I'm old school. I'm old school where we knew how to be heartbroken and you walk away, you wash your face. That's all. You can't even report it to anybody. I remember going to. I went for a meeting in Zimbabwe. I was doing extensive meetings for about 2 months, and so I was living with this family, and there was their second-born son. Okay, second-born, a graduate for that matter. So he went out with his girlfriend, and then the girlfriend, they quarreled, so wakachana. So the nasty thing about it is that when he came home, he was devastated, and he was crying to the mother on how he's devastated and his girlfriend has left him. I couldn't sit in that room because it doesn't make sense. That a fully grown man, instead of, at least you will be crying to me or brothers, but to the mother, in my Luya mentality, that's an abomination in the first place. So kuna maswala ambayo our upbringing has a way of framing us that we may not appreciate. But thank you for that clarification. And then, of course, we must, as a people, when it comes to political situations, many things are pulled out of the closet. Everybody wanting to have their day in securing their support. And so we are going to learn many things. Naomba tafadhali tusonge mbele tunapoendelea na mjadala. Wangira, you're back. I hope you are okay now. Okay, Wangira, I think is engaged. Let's get this story that you referred to, and then we begin to look at it again. The job situation in the country, or job creation situation in the country. As we have said, the Kenya Kwanza administration is not creating jobs, and that is why there is a crisis. And it doesn't matter how much we ignore it, this is a huge crisis that we must face and be able to handle it.
Away from the courts, the unemployment crisis in the country reared its head, with thousands of Kenyans flocking the KICC conference hall in Nairobi and the Kabete National Polytechnic to seize 3,000 job opportunities abroad, as announced by government. Long queues formed as candidates expressed concern over the lack of transparency in the interview process, despite being informed that no fees would be required. Willie Lusige has the details.
From early morning, the long winding queues as job seekers gathered at the KICC and Kabete National Polytechnic for interviews for 3,000 job positions in Qatar and other foreign nations.
I told you guys, all the drivers there, all technicians, Kabete.
The scenes here once again painting a grim picture of the employment crisis in the country. From drivers, chefs, waiters to nurses and other roles within the hospitality and service industry, as well as operators, plumbers, electricians, masons and painters in the construction and technical fields. The positions advertised, status notwithstanding, attracted individuals with diverse educational backgrounds and qualifications. The basic qualification being familiarity with the applicant's industry of interest and understanding of the job. Joseph Mwangi is one of those who travel from upcountry to seek the rare opportunity with hopes of securing a driving job.
Mradi si lazima tukuje hapa Nairobi headquarter. Watu wanaweza move pale mashinani. Kuna mtu mwenye hawezi pata hiyo fare. According to interview yenye nakuja, nasikia tu toka. Sijajua ni kutoka ni nini umefanya. Umefanya makosa gani ukiambia utoke.
Many participants voiced their frustrations regarding the interview process, which targeted workers across various sectors, particularly healthcare professionals and skilled laborers.
Kama we ni cleaner unafuna pelekwa interview kweli, nani hapa juu kuosha choo? Ati sijui umekuwa na experience ya kuosha mabafu for how long? Hiyo is a laborer job. A laborer job unafaa tu ujitokeze, uko na passport, uko na nguvu ya kuosha. Period.
Alongside the requirement for a passport, candidates expressed mixed feelings about the possibility of hidden fees, while the Ministry of Labor insisted that there should be no charges.
Waziri alipoongea pale hivyo ndani alisema pesa ilipwi. But after waziri kutoka, kuna mse pale mwingine na akasema after kulipa hizo vitu unalipa $450. So 60k na msema ni free. So hapo kuna mtu mmoja hapo akakando anafanya anataka kulia Mkenya chini ya maji.
Even with the opportunity to work abroad, Kenyans are concerned about their safety, especially in Qatar, as well as the confidentiality of contracts and salary structures.
Most of these people wenye wako hapa, not as vile tunasema ni youths. Wengi ni family men. Hii kitu ingetaka niende rais na aone vile Kenya inakaa. Kenya saizi yenyewe kusema ukweli, jobs iko chini.
The cry we've heard from countries where people have gone and said wanateswa wanataka kurudi are usually for house helps, usually in one sector. It's not the entire sector.
The government has announced plans to create job opportunities for 8,000 Kenyans, with additional interviews scheduled to take place at local levels. As thousands stand up to fight for the 3,000 jobs in the foreign jobs interview here at the KICC, it was a clear indication of the high level of unemployment in the country, and the bigger concern being on the safety of those ones who will be able to secure these jobs when they leave for the foreign countries. Willie Lusige, Citizen TV at KICC.
Mambo ni kama hayo. Wakenya wako tayari kufanya kazi haipo. Na linalostajabisha kwa swala hili ni kwamba serikali ndiyo sasa imekuwa agent ya kurecruit watu kwenda kufanya kazi kwa nchi zingine. I don't see that as I don't see that as the way to go. the government can facilitate, but recruit and facilitate in terms of getting people to apply to them, and then except ni Ruto alisema atanunulia watu air ticket. Is it he wants to get a number of people who are going so that he buys them air ticket, or what? To me, it's just get the Ministry of Immigration to process the documents in good time. Make sure that the people who are wherever signing contracts with companies are signing legit companies, whereby in Qatar and here as government. Lakini government kukua recruitment agent, I don't see it as appropriate. I don't know what everyone feels about it, but to me, hapa tumeanguka sana. Bwana Wangira, ulemewa ama vipi?
Can you hear me now?
Clearly, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. I just want to say two things about that clip because I don't want to become controversial as I was yesterday. You know, the first thing I want to say about that clip is that, you know, Kenyans are not lazy. The second thing that I want to say about that clip, Bernard, is that Kenyans are ready to become economic refugees for the sake of earning a living. Those are the only two things that I'll say about that clip. Let me go back to Adani. I was telling you that, you know, Adani could as well be a good deal. You never know. But, you know, the problem that we are having with Adani is the secrecy in which it's shrouded in. That's the only problem we are having with it. And, you know, I told you here that, you know, our values and principles of governance are very, very clear. That, you know, there must be accountability, there must be transparency, there must be public participation. And, you know, that's all that, you know, the Law Society of Kenya was asking for, saying that, you know, if the deal is above board, then why is it shrouded in secrecy? You know, those are the basic questions that we are asking, you know. Put the deal above the table so that every Kenyan can understand what the deal means. And, you know, if the deal is good, then the Kenyans will decide by themselves that the deal is good. But if you are hiding it under the table, you'll create a lot of question marks. On the issue of Gachagua, today I want to be very, very brief because of the challenges I'm having with my internet. On the issue of Gachagua, the issue of the recusal of Judges Bernard is a reflection matter on individual judges. And listening to what they say today they gave a 2-minute ruling, Bernard, 2 minutes. And 2 minutes, and that was all. I hope that, you know, they have reflected on this particular issue of recusal, and perhaps they have arrived at a decision that, you know, they can become a fair arbiter. And again, you know, I'll be keenly waiting to see whether this particular a paneled bench of 3 judges, Bernard, can be in a position to vacate the Charargei order that was very, very clear that, you know, that it was being put into place, Bernard, until the matter pertaining to the removal of regarding Gachagua was heard and determined. You know, the order was very, very clear that until the matter was heard and determined. And remember that, you know, the Charargei issue was at the High Court. The Nairobi issue is High Court. So, you know, they share the same jurisdiction, Bernard. And because they share the same jurisdiction, I want to see whether one can really happen, Bernard, you know, because of the challenges I'm having with my net, Bernard, you know, let me just stop there and let you have.
Okay, so I just sort it out. Like I told you, if you can get me, switch off your net for about, completely get your router off power for about 5 minutes, at least 3 to 5 minutes, so that it gets cut completely from the network. Then when you put in, it will have a better speed in application, because it appears you have had it on all day, and so umefunikwa na files zingine juu. utoe faili chini upeleke juu. Na naomba hivi tafadhali tumakinike kukaribishana. Hiyo namba ya watazamaji inaendelea kupanda polepole. Tuhakikishe kwamba tunakaribisha wengi. Naomba pia katika mjadala wetu tufanye mjadala kwa njia ambayo ni ya utu uzima, sio kuja hapa kulumbana. Kuna watu hapa ambao wanakuja kana kwamba wanataka kuwa babysat. Mimi sioni haja hiyo. And then you go to the public gallery and begin to fight in the pretext that so and so is better than the other. I don't take that lightly. So captain and team, just this is not the only channel where political analysis takes place, number one. Number two, nobody's forced to be here. Lakini ukikuja kwa studio, kumbuka kwamba kuna wale wamekutangulia. Hao wamekutangulia wanapewanga priority. Kama hiyo ni ukoloni, mpaka unasema mimi ni Hitler, hakuna shida. Tukaribishe pia kwa channel yako tuone utatupanga vipi. So tafadhali, let's behave maturely and just do what we need to do. Waiting for another does not necessarily make you junior. It is just a responsible way of dealing, understanding that life has many people na lazima tusaidie wengine pia wafuate mbele. You go to the bank, you get, there is a queue, then an old mama comes. You don't insist and say, I came here first. No. You give her opportunity to go ahead, not because you are weak, but because you are respectful and you wouldn't want your mother, who is also that old, to go and queue in a bank. So you reap what you sow. But this issue of being itchy and coming to run down the channel simply because you were not treated the way you expected. None of us is treated the way we expect. Let's all behave maturely, grow up, and just be men, especially when you're a man. Aye. Acha tu niachie hapo. So Mama Selina, kama unala kurusha ndani kwa dakika moja kabla nimlete Lala, alafu Mama Mary.
Penat, patia Lala, sisi tuko hapa, tulikuwa tumepata nafasi kidogo. Wacha Lala naye atuambie, because Penat, we want to listen to experience and learn more. We are here to learn.
Okay, thank you, Mami. Reverend Lala, how are you today? Reverend Lala, are you still there? Unmute. Unajua saa ingine uko nyuma ya kamera una assume. Na kama sio lazima ukue nyuma ya kamera, tafadhali put it on so that we have clean video. It appears Reverend Lala is out of reach. Mama Mary, come in please.
Thank you, Bernard. Salamu nyingi kwenu. Mnaendelea vizuri? Yes. Na nchi yetu tunazidi kuikagua na hata kulinda zamu, kwa sababu hatutaki chochote kipite ambacho hatukielewi. Lazima iwe inatatuliwa ndio tuelewe. Yale mambo tumeona inaendelea pahali popote Ruto anaguza ni uchungu mtupu. Maongo na mambo mingi mabaya ya kuharibu roho za watu. Na hiyo ndio imekuwa ikiendelea kwa nchi yetu. And you just wonder, these people who are talking about extension, term limit, how can that happen? You can be awarded more time by the citizens because of the good deeds you have done during the first term. Term moja hata hamjamaliza, hata hawajaenda nusu, wameleta msoso ambao umeharibu nyoyo za watu, na hata watu wameregret so much why they did that. I just ask myself, why is Ruto a president of Kenya? When he is presiding, people being escorted out of the country to go and work there, what kind of presidency are you exhibiting? What are you showing us? You are not able to lead a country. Hivyo ni kumaanisha nchi ya Kenya imeishiwa na maendeleo, kwa hivyo watu waanze kutafuta nia za kwenda nchi za nje. How can you be the leader of taking people out of the country? Who are you going to lead them? When you take people out of the country, who are you leading? Do you want the country to be empty so that you can relax? That means you are not qualified to do the job. If you can send the youth out of the country, you are even sending the economy of the country outside. That means Kenya will never move forward, will never progress, will remain as poor as you want. And that is something that we are not going to stand with. The other thing, Ruto stood with the word hustler, the way he is going to support them. Is that the way to support them, taking them out? You promised that you are going to give them money. You are going to assist them to continue with their, those small businesses so that they can uplift themselves. Now, what are you doing? You are throwing them out. You are telling them to go to other countries. Which other countries are they going, whereby they are going to develop their country where they will come back? How will they do that? Are you saying that these people who are going out of the country, they can remain there forever and leave their other family? Our culture is not built that. So Ruto cannot lead. He is just payukering and you're running back and forth as if he is very busy. To help who? He is not helping any Kenyan. And that is why Kenyans have reached this point of saying Ruto must go. We have loans that he keep on running his mouth, telling us that we owe. How will Kenya pay the loans when he is sending our people out of the country? And this Adani thing, is Adani coming to employ our people, or it's coming with another? They can do the work that they are intending to do. Because when you send the youth out of the country, that means Adani is coming with his country to come and stay in Kenya and do the work, whatever scheme they have. All these things makes this man unqualified for this work. I don't believe that Ruto is intending good things for this country. I'm glad he is a president at this time when people are well informed. And I believe Kenyans are not going to sit on it just like that. The way he's driving us is just like mtu anaendesha gari na reverse. Because we are not moving forward, we are moving backward due to whatever he is doing and what he is. He doesn't mean good for the country. Many things he has done has not helped anybody, except that he is fighting for himself to sit on that chair forever. And we can't allow that. The little pinch, the little pain that we have faced, because it looks like a little pinch, since he has a lot, but he is being hampered by the good lawyers that have seen, and good Kenyans that they have seen forward to see what this guy is trying to do and what plans he has. He has evil plans for this country, and our country is not going to sit back. We are not going to watch him doing what he is doing. I'm glad Adani has been halted, while I pray that it continue to be stalled until it perishes and go away. Simply because we don't need people coming from foreign countries. Why are you exchanging people? Why are you bringing foreigners and then you take your people outside the country? We want to develop our country ourselves because we will know where the beacon is. Beacon iliwekwa pale na pale. Hatutaki kuwekewa beacon na foreigners. It will come to hurt us. And we don't want that. We want to build our country ourselves, not anybody else. Ruto has exhibited weakness of not being a leader. and he is qualified only to be an evil person. That's all I can say. And I fear no contradiction. This guy has made our country untolerable, unlivable. Watu wanauawa kiholela hata wa saa hii. How can you? And in fact, what I believe is that even those killings during the last regime, he was part of it. It's only that we could not prove it because we thought he's a man of God. And he has repented after he had done the big torture and calamity that he did during 2007. We thought he has changed. That's a long time for a man to carry grudge and to keep on doing evil things to people. We are people, we are not animals. So give us space. Resign, go home, get your things, get out of the office because you qualify nothing. It's only that you qualify to be in jail. You have tortured Kenyans, you have killed them, and mercilessly, you just don't even get it because you say you haven't received any name of a killed or anybody abducted. I can't believe. That's an insult in the highest order. Otherwise, those are the few remarks I wanted to make. Bernard, thank you for the chance. And Kenyans, let's fight for our country. And Ruto must go. Asante.
All right, Mama Mary, thank you so much for those remarks. Ladies and gentlemen, as we continue to engage, don't relent. Let's just get the update of Reverend Lala. Give me an indication when you are ready. Let's see how we have voted so far on the poll question, and then we pick up the conversation again. The poll question we are asking is, are you in support of the courts in stopping the Adani contracts? Of course, the Ruto Adani contracts. Let's see how we have fared in the poll question. All right, refreshing. Do you support the court's decision to halt the Ruto Adani contracts? So far, 73 people have cast their vote on Sound Candy Talk Live. Of the 73 people, 93% say yes, they are in support. Only 7% say no. Let's check on the main channel. How have we fared on the same? Okay, so far, let me refresh to get the accurate number of voters. And please, when you vote, start by liking the video. Give the video a thumbs up. It helps a great deal. Don't forget that. And if you did the voting without giving the video a thumbs up, just get back and do that. It takes less than a second to get that done. All right, refreshed. Okay, just here we go. The current, all right, here we have more people who have cast their vote. 103 people have cast their vote. Do you support the court's decision to halt Ruto Adani contract? And of the 103 people, 85% say yes, they support, and only 15% say no. So let's keep voting. Only 35 people have given the video a thumbs up of the 104 who have responded to the poll question. On this other channel, only 15 have given the video a thumbs up when 75 have responded to the poll question. So please remember to give the video a thumbs up as you participate in the poll question. Now it appears supermajority are in support of the court, and that is one way of fighting the bad things in our country. Reverend Lala, are you there? Okay, bas turejee kwa mama alafu Queen Mo.
Yes, Penat. Kenya yetu kusafirisha watu wengi hivyo Penat, na kazi yenye wanaenda kufanya si ati ni ile kazi iko na experience. Niliona nchi ya Cuba kuna wakati walipeana madaktari waende wafanye kazi. Actually, even Kenya, we had some Cubans. Those are the kind of jobs tungetaka Kenya pia, tukiwa na watu wasomi wanaenda kazi ya experience like that Bernard, we can be proud as a country that wanahitaji madaktari yetu, wanahitaji maybe nurses the way they do, lakini kupeleka watu ya Kenya ati wale wanaenda kuosha choo Bernard, hiyo hata ni aibu sana. Haitaki ionekane vijana wetu ama watoto wetu wakisimama kwa laini na kusema, they ask you how many years of experience unajua kufakia choo. What does that Bernard? I see here some people, if we compare things, you know, you have to compare what you have seen to your people so that to understand. Hii watu wanafungua makampuni Bernard. They are agents. Hawa wenyewe ni agents. Let me go back to even though some our young people or they don't understand. Like in Uganda, Bernard, Museveni and the family and the few ministers, hawa ndio wanasafirisha watu. Na ukifika hiyo inchi ya nje Bernard, kwa sababu umepelekwa fila qualification, kitu ya kwanza wanakunyang'anya passport, wanakunyang'anya simu, munaenda wekwa kwa room, alafu sasa wale Waarabu ama wale wanakuja wanaangalia who speak good English, nani yako aje, munawekwa laini Bernard, munakuja kuchusiwa. Na nilisikia cabinet secretary Mutua akisema, oh, those people wanakuwa na shida ni wale wanaenda kazi ya house help. Ukitoka Kenya Bernard, you are told unaenda kufanya kazi airport, you are told you can be a cleaner in school. So this, when you get there Bernard, those things umeandika hiyo forms au watu wameandika hapo, they don't have it. I'm saying this because one of my daughter, she went to Dubai, and she was told she's going to work in the airport. And they filled the forms, Bernard. That was in 2022, that when COVID came. After my daughter get there, even food, Bernard, they were taken airport, walinyang'anywa kila kitu. My daughter accessed her passport after 2 years of agreement you sign with those people. Bernard, they get there, even the salary, you cannot believe. So I had to stand with my daughter in Dubai. We need to talk to her because some of them, even if you want to run away, you don't have your passport. So these people are going there. If you are a teacher, well, that is good. If you have more experience, that is good. But this one, Bernard, we will come and see. But the beneficiary is those people in government, because those agents, there are agents in Kenya, Bernard, where if your person is willing to go, they just go willingly. They went there, they do interview, Bernard, they pay whatever the charges for the agent, and they go. But this one, like, you are transporting somebody only with passport, Bernard, no experience. Ataendaje hiyo inchi Bernard kama hakuna certificate? What is that person going to do? Unamutuma aenda uwawe, and the bad worst thing, ukiruti kutoka hiyo inchi Bernard, you have lost your organs, umeenda fanyiwa mambo ya ajabu. And I need Kenyans to cook and check properly, Bernard. You better send your child to stay home rather than going there after 2 years they are crying and they don't have their passport. Hiyo ndiyo kitu moja nilikuwa nasema. Let experienced people get out. Waende wafanye kazi. Na Bernard, why do you take people to Arab country? Why not America? Why not Canada? Why not Australia, where if you go there, Bernard, you have to go to be qualified. Even if you come to America, you have to come here and go to school. You cannot, yes. So why are you taking people to Qatar, Arab countries? If you want to get our children out, take them to America, take them to Canada, where we know the human rights. When you get in this country where we are in America, Bernard, after you get in, you are safe. And the jobs, even if you work 7-Eleven, you will get paid, Bernard. The jobs, yeah, you may be graduate back home, but when you get here, we are looking for money. But this one, taking our children to go and get 29,000 or 30,000 in Saudi Arabia, in Qatar, Bernard, I don't think it is right. Let the people go by themselves, those jobs. So when you go to Qatar by yourself, you know, I'm going to do anything to survive, but not the government to take you. And then I'm a cabinet secretary. If I went there as a house help, Bernard, I'm a Kenyan. I need to be protected by my embassy. I need to be protected by my government. But coming and tell us, oh, when you hear those people who are stranded at the house help, what have you done as the minister to bring back our children who are stranded there? Thank you, Bernard.
Okay, asante sana Mamichu, nashukuru kwa mchango wako. It's sad that the government is facilitating the transportation of population to other countries in the name of jobs opportunities. Nigeria is calling back the experts who are around the world to come back and help the recovery of the economy. When Kibaki assumed office in 2002, the first thing he did was to reach out to Kenyans who had gone out, who are experts, to come home and help rebuild the economy. Now that Ruto is sending people away, it simply means he has no plan of recovering this economy. He has no way of creating jobs. And like Mama Mary said, he is incompetent. He can't deliver on what Kenyans expect. And so the Kenyan people, you have a choice. I believe the government leading the campaign of sending people to work in another country is enough grounds for the impeachment and the vote of no confidence in any government. And so these are some of the things we need to, cite and use them as grounds. There is no government. I've been in Moi government. I've been in the Kibaki government, in Uhuru government. I did not see anyone leading as a president in recruiting people to take them out of the country. And if people are going in countries like we had a lot of Kenyans in Botswana, in Tanzania and all that, they went there as experts, either as lecturers or as teachers and things like that, because those countries needed those kind of labor. And so this aspect of William Ruto transporting our children to go and wash toilets, wash bathrooms, and he's even interviewing them at KICC. I don't know, Kenyans, how you get these, but this is the lowest we have gone. I mean, kama ndo kuanguka, hii tumeanguka flat kabisa. Hata kama serikali inafanya hizi ni vitu za kufanya nyuma, yani kwa back office isijulikani, mtu asijue serikali inafanya hivyo. But now that they're in the open, they're using it as a campaign tool. We have no government at the moment. What we have is an agent of the foreigners to use this administration to rob us of what we have as a people and leave us with nothing. I saw one cartoon of somebody drew of IMF, and he say IMF comes and brings you crutches, crutches, and in exchange he wants to cut your feet. So you already have feet. IMF gives you crutches and then cut your feet. Yeye ende na miguu ili wewe uanze kuchuchumia kwa nini? Kwa crutches. This has to be stopped. And so Wakenya tuanze kufikiria tofauti, kwa sababu hii linaloendelea sio uzuri kabisa. And I want to throw in this even before we play the Gashagua issue, and then bring in Jack Kindubey to weigh on the but before Jack Kindubey, we'll have Queen Mo maybe to throw in one or two. Let's just listen to Mama Arika here as she talks about what's going on in Africa in terms of Traore's leadership and the foreign forces.
President Traore, who has led the struggle to complete the unfinished business that was started by our ancestors and our Pan-African leaders in 1963 when they created the Organization of African Unity. During that meeting, they demanded the creation of an Africa that spoke with one voice, an Africa that was united. That journey is yet to be finished. What is happening in Burkina Faso, in Mali, in Niger, is just the beginning of a revolution that is way past due for Africa. Africa must unite. And Burkina Faso has shown us the way. They have opened the doors. They have shown us that the bully can be defeated. That no more shall we continue to give up our lunch. That we too need to eat. And therefore, there is no negotiating with the bully. The bully had to go, and Burkina Faso showed us how to do it. So, Mr. President, I bring you your children, descendants of the formerly enslaved. They have waited over 400 years to return the spirits of their ancestors back home to Africa. When the children of Africa were taken out of Africa as slaves, all they ever wanted to do was to come back home to Africa. Each and every one of them that you see, many of them are coming to Africa for the first time. They're bringing with them the spirits of their ancestors to put them to rest here in Burkina Faso. And that's mission number one. Mission number two, we have watched you, Mr. President. You stand for everything that we have hoped for in an African man. Courageous, fearless, and in their faces. France, unapologetically, you told France, pack your bags and go home. You, Mr. President, so we are here. Our third mission is to see what can we do, Mr. President, to play our part in building the Burkina Faso we want.
Thank you. I believe that is all that is needed, and our puppets needs to be packed in one cooking pot and boiled to evaporation. As a people, we need our country back. We need our resources back. We need to have our own identity, not the fake one. Thank you. Queen Mo, in a minute before Jakinpe.
Can I give Jakindube and all the other ones who have not spoken and then bring me back?
No problem. I
Okay.
just needed so that you don't stay too silent. It's important that we mix the old and the new. The kingdom of God is like a man who went to his house and brought out his wares, both the old and the new. Asante. Jakindube, hali vipi?
Ni wewe na kuweka tu polepole kwa pango kidogo na kila siku naokolewa na watu kwamba wacheni mzee aseme. Asanteni sana jamani, habari zenu? Nimefurahi kuwa na ninyi. Bernard, hiyo nani umeonyesha hiyo mimi niliona kitambo kidogo. Huyo mama walikuja pale kitambo kidogo. Lakini ni jambo la kufurahisha sana vile wali nani na nini, natakikana Wakenya waone hizi vitu, wajue. Inaonekana kama sisi mambo mengi hatujui. Mambo mengi sana sisi Wakenya hatujui ambayo yanaendelea. Lakini kitu nataka kusema Bernard, sasa nataka kuqualify, inataka kuthibitisha. Watu wengine walikuwa nasema Jakindube anasema vibaya kwamba sisi ni wavivu. Hiyo kitu tunafanya sasa, kuchukua watoto wetu wanaenda kufanya kazi ya kufagia choo. Hiyo ni uvivu. Hiyo ni uvivu wetu. That shows sisi ni wavivu. We are lazy. Tunawezaje kutoa nchi yetu ambayo iko na rutuba, iko na rasilimali nyingi namna hiyo? Tunawezaje kutoa watoto wetu wanaenda kuteswa Saudi Arabia? Na tumeona mateso mengi, tumeona wameuawa, wenyewe wamekuja wamesema vile wanafanyiwa na watu na nchi ambazo wanaongozwa na wanasemekana wanaongozwa na dini ambayo inatakiwa mtu ukiwa pale uwe salama, ufanyiwe vizuri. Lakini hao watu wa dini vile wanafanya, ndio maana sikubaliani na hizi vitu, kwa sababu dini zote zimetoka huko. Wale wakombozi wote wanatoka Middle East, lakini hao watu wa Middle East ni wanyama vile wanafanyia watu. Unyama. Inatakiwa kama hizo yao wakombozi wametoka huko Middle East, inatakikana wawe watu onyeshe kwa wakarimu. Hawa watu si wakarimu. Wanakuja tu wanatudanganya, wanataka kukusanya pesa kwetu na kututawala. Hiyo kama hatuwezi kujitoa hapo ndani, tutabaki tu watumwa. Kwa sababu niliwaambia kwamba Ruto sio kiongozi. Kiongozi huwezi kuwa unatoa watu wako ati wanaenda kufanya kazi nchi na wale ambao unawatoa kwenda kufanya kazi huko ni watu ambao hawana, yani sisi Kenya hatuna madaktari hospitali zetu hazina madaktari wa kutosha. Nurses hatuna wa kutosha. Kuna wafanyikazi wengi sana tuna. Sasa tunawezaje kutoa tena wanaenda kujenga nchi ya watu wengine? Hiyo ni economy gani tunajenga? Nchi gani hiyo tunajenga? Hii ni kusema, hiyo ndio maana nikisema sisi ni wavivu. Mtu maana yake nataka uvivu ndio huo. Huo ndio uvivu. Nchi ndogo hiyo ya Burkina Faso ni nchi kadogo tu. Huyo jamaa amesimama kidete. Hakuna mtu ametoa kwenda kufanya kazi nje. Wote wameshaonyesha kwamba wana kazi za kufanya, wana kazi za kufanya hapo nyumbani kujenga nchi yao. Sasa sisi tunachukuliwa, tunapelekwa mahali pengine kujenga nchi ya watu wengine, alafu tunasema ati hiyo ndio economy, hiyo ndio ilikuwa inaitwa nini? Slogan yao ni nini? Up down ama up. Bottom up ndio kuchukua watoto wetu kwenda kufanya kazi nchi za kwenda kufagia choo kwa watu wengine. Hiyo hatuwezi yani hatuwezi, serikali haiwezi haina mpango wa kupanua uchumi na kuwafanya wapate kazi. Au kuwapatia nafasi za kufanya kazi. Hiyo naita ni uvivu, kwa sababu president mwenyewe ni mvivu, kwa sababu hawezi kukaa chini na kufikiria. Hiyo ni uvivu. So nikisema hivyo mtu anasema ati Jakindube anasema ndio, hata sisi ni wavivu, kwa sababu sisi tulitaka mapinduzi, tulitaka na sisi tupindue, tuwe na tunasema tuwe na serikali ambayo inawajibika. Tumefanya. Hao watu wa kule Bangladesh, ni Bangladesh ama ni wapi? Si walikuja nyuma yetu na wametoa yule mtu walikuwa anachafua nchi yao straight, wameshamtoa, wanafanya kazi. Sisi tumeshindwa, tunapiga tu mdomo. Hiyo ni uvivu. Hiyo na qualify kwamba hiyo ni uvivu, kwa sababu hawa watu wamekuja nyuma, wiki moja wamebwaga huyo mtu na kutoa na kusafisha na kuweka, wanaendelea. So na sisi bado tu tunapiga mdomo mara. Hii ni kusema sisi, kusema kweli ni wavivu, hatufanyi, tunatumia mdomo lakini hatufanyi kitu physically. Hata hiyo mdomo tunafanya, lakini sisi ni woga. Tunataka tu mtu mmoja yaende huko afanye. Tulikuwa tunamsifu huyu huyu kijana ambaye amekuwa akienda akiangalia sehemu Ruto amefanya. Hata kama anaumizwa, hakuna watu wanasimama na yeye, hakuna, anapigwa tu peke yake. Yet anatufanyia kitu ambayo Wakenya wanasema ni nzuri, lakini ikifika saa ya watu akiumizwa, watu wote wanakimbia, wanamwacha yeye peke yake. So hizo mimi nasema hiyo ni uvivu, kwa sababu hakuna kitu tunafanya, tunapiga tu mdomo. So tukiambiwa tuchague viongozi, tunachagua wezi, tunachagua watu, alafu tunaanza kulalamika. Hiyo ni uvivu. Hiyo kunatakiwa tufanye, tukitaka kufanya kitu tufanye kama hawa wengine ambao walifanya, wale wa India waliposema hiyo serikali yao ni mbaya, waliangalia vile tulifanya, wao wakaifanya na wamemaliza. Sisi tumeshindwa, hata vijana wetu wameshindwa, hata sisi tumeshindwa. So hiyo inaonyesha nini? Kama wao wamefanya na wamefaulu, sisi kwa nini hatufaulu? There's something wrong na sisi. So hata nikisema sisi ni wavivu, nina qualification ya kusema hiyo ina qualify. Hiyo ni moja, mnaweza kuona juzi tu tumefanya hivyo. So mambo ya Adani ni kitu ambacho haifai. Mimi nilishawaambia hatuna kazi, vijana wetu wanapelekwa kwenda kufanya kazi nje, na kazi tunataka kumpatia Muhindi kazi aje afanye. Kwa nini sisi hatuwezi kufanya vitu peke yetu, something ambayo ni sisi tumegundua? Kama kwa mfano majeshi yetu wako na tools zote za kutengeneza mabarabara, madaraja, manini. Hatuna vita, tunapigana na nani? Hakuna. Mbona hatusemi sisi? Kwa sababu najua tunaposema hivyo hawa wakoloni watasema hapana, hiyo haifanywi hivyo, hiyo sio economy. No, lazima tuambie hapana, sisi tunafanya hivyo sisi. Hii ni jukumu letu sisi. Ni nchi yetu, tunajenga vile tunataka. Lakini sisi hatuwezi kufanya hivyo. Wakisema hapana, mtafuteni mfanyabiashara ndio aje wajengee, ndio tunaenda kutafuta. Hatuwezi kusema hapana, sisi tutatengeneza peke yetu. Ni lazima tuambiwe tufanyiwe vitu. Ule kijana wa Burkina Faso anafanya vitu peke yake. Hategemei mtu. Aliwaambia hapana, hii mambo ya kutuambia tufanye hivi hapana. Tunafanya zile vitu tunataka. Na nchi inaendelea vizuri. Wale watu walikuwa wanakuja wanawashambulia, wanawaua ovyo, wameanza kuwatoa. So hizi vitu ni lazima sisi wenyewe ndio tufanye. Hatuwezi kuachia watu, hatuwezi kuwa saa zote tunangojea huyo mtu afanye ndio sisi tufanye, ama atuambie. Kama sasa huyu president ambaye tunaye ni huyu ni mtu tu anaambiwa fanya hivi anafanya, fanya hivi anafanya, fanya hivi anafanya. Na hawa wakoloni. So tusipojitoa kwa mambo ya ukoloni tutabaki tu nyuma hapo. Tafadhalini wa Kenya, tutokeni kwa ukoloni. Hawa viongozi ambao tunao hawatufai. Waende. Ruto na Gachagua na hiyo serikali yake, mimi sitaki hata kuwasikia. Asante sana Bernard.
Okay, thank you, Jakinto Bey. We appreciate that. Now, I just want to, Nini, please give a direction. We respect everybody's faith and everybody's belief system. We shouldn't attack people's belief system because they have their choice on why they believe what they believe. But we should correct the ills that are going on in our society. Of course, no human being has been given right to take any other human being's life for whatever reason. We should chaperone the values that govern our existence, and then rubbishing of people's faith and belief is not in order, in my opinion. So please, let's shun from that. Especially on this channel, I fight very hard so that we don't degenerate into religious war. If there is any war on the world that is difficult to fight, is religious war, because people believe things and you can't talk them out of the same because they believe. I don't want to give examples, but mnakumbuka Jehovah Wanyonyi, okay? Jehovah Wanyonyi mpaka saa they have denied his death and his burial, although he died and was buried. But you know, the wives have inherited the religion; they are practicing it. I really want us to advocate for coexistence. Number two, quickly before Mama Mary comes in, she has something to add to what we have said. There is this Maurice. He says, if Sifuna had balls to stand on his own instead of climbing or clinging to ODM, he would be the next to Traore. But he is either too timid or unable to read the times and doesn't have it in his heart to be patriotic. Well, that is a good observation, but that is what it is, an observation. In my opinion, politics are played with witty calculations. It is too dangerous to come out too early. It's too dangerous to come out too late. So the timing is everything in politics. And my advice is, according to the Bible, it says the child stayed in the backside of the desert until the time of his showing. I believe leadership is either thrashed on you or emerges from you. And so this advice of getting people out too quickly, to me, it's dangerous. You see the way Morara is going, there is how you rise in leadership. Your graph keeps rising. And when it begins to diminish, it diminishes and goes to forgetfulness. So that is the danger of coming out quickly and going to confront issues when you don't have the institution or the systems that will propel you and keep you running in the same. So my advice to young politicians and all aspiring to do good for this country, let us be calculative about it. Don't let people incite you into stepping in an environment where they will witness you being killed and they will mourn you and bury you when you went out on the advice. It's important that we calculate our moves. It's important. And so it's not foolish to stay back until it is time. I always preach against Jonathan, the friend of David. He was loved by David. He knew David was the next king. He accepted David the king, but he stayed too long with Saul. He stayed too long until it was too late. And instead of him being the beneficiary of the new administration, he ended up dying with Saul. So I know the danger of overstaying, but it is also too risky to come out quickly, I mean earlier, and expose yourself when you are still vulnerable. When that happens, ukimalizwa unamalizwanga kabisa kabisa. Na wapatia mfano wa nani? Na Mwamba. Na Mwamba kwa wapi? Ababu na Mwamba. If you mnakumbuka ODM Reloaded, Ababu na Mwamba was something. Is the only member of parliament who swore in the name of Raila in 2007, 2008. He was a firebrand, promising politician. The future was looking bright. But what happened? Exposed himself too early. He began something I was telling Kipril the other day, the Luya consciousnness. You remember that, those of you who are following politics? So he began going to county collecting Luyas and telling them we should be conscious as Luyas. We should begin to find each other as Luyas and come together. Luya consciousness. How far did he go with the Luya consciousness? So my free advice to you as a young politicians, don't let the crowd throw you into a space where you are not ready for. Take your time, grow to capacity, and when it is time, step out. I don't think anybody can take from you what is rightfully yours. Thank you very much. Well, let's keep going. It says Sifuna confirms he cannot be the best leader. That's your opinion. In my opinion, Sifuna has a bright future in my calculation. And if he plays his cards right, he may just be the surprise. So, hiyo ndio maoni yangu. Na uko entitled kwa yako. Mama Mary, mbio mbio tafadhali.
Asante Bernard. I just wanted to add something on Mama Selina, what she said about people taken to Qatar or those Middle East places. It is true that people are being trapped with the fancy environment, with the fancy jobs, so that once they accept and they go the other side of the country. Did you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, you're okay. Go ahead.
Okay. Yeah. So that is exactly what happens. I have a couple of people who, when they go to the other side, they find that they went there as teachers, but they became housemates. And they were very frustrated and they cannot be able to leave. They were held. And when they go to seek help from the embassy, it's like you came here, you have to stay. That is something very, very serious and dangerous, because if you are not ready for that job, actually, whenever you be taken, that means your life is in danger. because those people, they don't play. How many people did we receive from that country dead? How many people have we received? Did the government even do anything? And these people are trying to play with people's life because are they tired of us? They can leave us. They can leave the country. They can go and live anywhere else and leave us in our country. Then we can stay there. The other thing, I don't want to take a long time. Before they send more, they should help those who are there to either have good environment. The other thing I want to mention, Dr. Arika, she's always my favorite. She talks about Africa in general, and that is the best thing because we are all from one continent whereby things are happening to us, very bad things, and it generates to next country. That is how it is. And when we feel that in our continent, people are being taken for a ride, they are taken like slaves at this very juncture, it becomes very sad and very bad. So for me, I am just feeling Kenya is being taken for slavery because you are taking people out of the country to leave their country, go to other country where they don't know even where are we landing. However, even if they are landing there, what kind of jobs are they going to do? Just shambles. Dr. Arika said, tell us what to do and we will do it, but not sending us out of the country. We Kenyans, we are proud of our country. Wacha kujipendekeza na uhai wa watu. Watu ni wangapi wameuawa because he is fighting to stay on that seat so that he can keep on sending people out of the country. That is the motive. It doesn't make any sense for us Kenyans to see somebody sitting there anatutoa kwa culture yetu, anatupeleka nchi za nje. Kufanya nini? Kwa nini anatuumiza? He stood there, he said he campaigned that he is going to lead Kenya. Where are you leading us? Are you leading us outside Kenya? We cannot accept that. The other thing I saw, Bernard, just shortly, Aden Duale told him, the Jambazi, stay away from Muslim. I don't know the meaning, and I didn't want to know, but I wondered what happened. Thank you, Bernard, for the opportunity. Asanteni sana kwa kunisikiza. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mommy. Thank you, Mommy. You want to put me in trouble again. Of course, mambo ngoma uvuta kwake. Msimamo akija atufafanulie hayo. Lakini kwangu mimi, politics is dynamic. You can't play it with the one side and succeed. Like I said, everybody should calculate. I think Sifuna is safe where he is until the time of showing. This Morara man, if he walks alone like that, we have a saying in our leadership school that the reason why snakes die is because they walk alone. There is no man who has enough courage to confront 10 cobras when they lift their head like this. The reason why snakes die is because they move alone. Morara wants to be part of the Kenyan leadership and he wants to preserve his future. He needs to be held together by others, become an institution, then you can fight successfully the government. But as a lone person, and they know that, na tuache kujaribu vijana wetu, let's not incite people to go and lose their life unnecessarily. Let's die for something that is worth dying for, and that is a better country. But calculatively, let's move wisely. PGR, mimi sijasuia mtu kufanya. Nimesema kuna dini na wewe unaongea kuhusu Mungu. Mimi sina shida. Kwangu kile nimesema ni kwamba kila mtu ana dini yake na kila mtu aheshimiwe kwa dini yake. Then as a Christian, I tell you that my faith is like this. I can win you over to my faith and then lead you to Christ. That's my responsibility. But until I win you, wewe ukiwa Muislamu na unaenjoy kuwa Muislamu, siwezi kutukana Uislamu wako ama kusema Uislamu ni bure. Okay? Ina masuala yake, iko na mikakati yake, iko na principles zake. So kuingilia hizo principles simply because I prefer my faith over your faith, that becomes prejudice. And it is starting a war you don't want to start. So as a believer, you must be the best person among the people in order for you to win them over, not to attack their faith and attack their belief system. That's not being fearful or being a coward. It's just being wise and able to fight a war in a way that you win without necessarily causing whatever havoc. There are churches where they have brought division, husband and wife, children and parents. All of it is because you are umekamatwa na huyu nabii, na nabii anakuambia anayekuroga ni mama yako, anayekuchimba chimba ni ndugu yako. And in the process tumeharibu uhusiano wa jamii in the pretext that sisi tunaamini nabii wetu. That's what I got against. All in all, let's make progress. In my opinion, let's fight together. Let's fight together. Let's support each other. At the end of the day, we are going to win as Kenyans. The bad things that are happening to this country, they did not start yesterday, and we will not be able to finish them tomorrow. But if we give ourselves to fighting and keep on the track, we will be able to win. So we must appreciate that the war is going to be long. We'll have people falling on the wayside. We'll have people being compromised. We'll have people leaving the cause. But us who are committed to the end, we are the ones to bring home the trophy. To bring that trophy, it will require you to live long enough to bring it. So tafadhali, don't expose yourself unnecessarily. There is time to step out. There is time to stay indoor until it's time to step out. If your timing is wrong, you will miss. Hata ukienda marathon, wewe huwezi kuanza mapema tu, ujasikia kengele wewe umeanza, okay? By the time wewe umeenda round sijui ngapi, and then kengele inalia. Au wanakuja wakiwa fresh, wewe umechoka. By the time game inashika, you are finished. You can't add anything because you exhausted your tank, you exhausted your thoughts, you exhausted your strategies. It is not proper. Preparation is the best. To prepare well and wisely is the surest way to go about this. Tunarejea kwa nani? Queen Mo, ulikuwa umepeana nafasi yako, na wale mnaingia studio masaa ndio hayo. It's 26 minutes to 2 a.m. Mnajua 2 a.m. ikifika kunakuwa kwingine, okay? So tafadhali naomba tumakinike wale mnakuja studio. Queen Mo, if you are ready, I'm ready. Ama nilete another video. Okay, let's just get this.
Our sign language interpreter tonight is Belinda. High Court judges Eric Ogola, Dr. Frida Mugambi and Anthony Mrima have High Court judges Eric Ogola, Dr. Frida Mugambi and Anthony Mrima have refused to recuse themselves from
the video. Okay, let's test again.
High Court judges Eric Ogola, Dr. Frida Mugambi and Anthony Mrima have refused to recuse themselves from a petition filed by Rigathi Gachagua challenging his impeachment.
Jakindube.
Bernard, mimi ndio nimetaja mambo ya dini, lakini siku attack dini ya mtu. Mimi nimesema tu kama wale watu ambao wanacha Mungu inatakiwa waonyeshe standard ya juu. Sikusema ni mbaya. Hiyo sijasema hiyo yao ni mbaya kuliko. Mimi nimelalamika tu kwamba inatakiwa tuone mfano mzuri. Kwa sababu hata kama mimi kama mimi ni preacher, inatakiwa nionyeshe tabia mzuri. Kwa hiyo nikifanya kitu mbaya, mtu ana haki ya kuniambia tuonyeshe tabia nzuri. Hiyo kitu umefanya ni mbaya. Mimi sijataka mtu, sijasema dini yao ni mbaya. Nimesema tu huko ndio kuna hawa manabii wakubwa wale wametoka sehemu hiyo, na inatakiwa watuonyeshe nani nzuri. Sikusema dini yao ni mbaya, sijasema hivyo. Hiyo sijasema. Kwa hiyo Mtu asichukulie eti mimi nimesema dini fulani ni mbaya kuliko. Hapana, sijasema hivyo. Mimi nimesema tu tabia ya mtu aonyeshe vile tunaambiwa kwa Biblia au Qurani. Hiyo tu. Asante sana.
So, I understand that, and that's clear enough. Ladies and gentlemen, let's keep going. My internet is Mato, chezea karibu. Neti yangu ni kama iko na hiccups, eh?
High Court judges Eric Ogola, Dr. Frida Mugambi, and Anthony Mrima have refused to recuse themselves from a petition filed by Rigathi Gachagua challenging.
Alikuwa anajua Rigathi hawezi mobilize.
Hey, Mama, take it. Mama Selina, take it. I think I need to refresh my...
Saa hii kesi yake inaendelea.
High Court judges Eric Ogola, Dr. Frida Mugambi, and Anthony Mrima have refused to recuse themselves from a petition filed by Rigathi Gachagua challenging his impeachment as deputy president. It was the second time in a week that the court dealt the impeached deputy president a blow. On Wednesday, a three-judge bench ruled that the deputy chief justice had lawfully...
Okay, Penat, tumesikia. Tumeona hiyo video ilikuwa ya churches I don't know, wakisema wanataka kuendelea na kesi kwa sababu timu ya Gachagua walikuwa namwambia wachitoe. Anaken Penat kama ama Chakindu Pay na Queen Mo, kama umepatiwa kasi na mlalamishi anakwambia uondoke na si mwenye alikupatia kasi, ukichiondoa wewe mwenyewe utakuwa na makosa. So for me, I think the churches wako na maoni yao na wako na haki ya kwamba we hope watadeliver justice. And Chakindu Bay, wakati wase ama vijana samani nyumbani wakikosana na kuna wase wamewekwa wasikise kesi, grupu ingine inaongea sana, grupu ingine inanyamaza, na unaona wase wanaenda wanamwambia mutulie. So for me, I think Penat, our churches wacha watilive justice na grupu ya Gachagua na ni lawyers, ni watu tumeheshimu sana Penat. Ukiangalia watu wote walikuwa wamesimama in both sides. Ni watu wa Kenya tumetegemea, ni watu na kuna kitu moja nimesikia msimamo. Kasi ya lawyer, kasi ya kusomea ulawyer Penat, kusomea criminal, kusomea chochote ile hata kuwaku kesi. Kitu ya kwanza lawyer anakuuliza, yale mambo umestakiwa ni ya ukweli? Umeua? Nataka uniambie umeua ndiye nijue nitakutetea ache Penat. And when we come back to again arguing in the case, hata kama umeua na lawyer yako anakutetea, unakuta watu wametoka nje Penat. And as we talk today, karibu 70% ya watu wako prison. Hata huku mahali tuko Penat, unakuta watu walifungwa tu kwa sababu ile lawyer alikuja kuwatu, alishinda kesi. And that is their job. Na wakati umepelekwa kotini Penat, usitarajie ati ule lawyer yako na charge kuponyoka kwa hiyo sanduku umesimama Penat, ni lawyer yako, ni ile atakuwa amekusaidia. Na kama unatuma lawyer Penat na wanapika kelele pila tuliona, hakika waliangusha. Because nilikuwa nasikia wanaambiwa the first day you have wasted 2 hours. You could have argued the case. Walienda wamerutia the same. And again, huyo church unamwambia aondoke na si wewe ulimweka hapo. So mimi nafikiria kwa hiyo mambo, na ninaambia Chakindu Bay, shida imefanyika na vijana wa siku hizi, lakini nikiangalia nyuma siwezi sasa ni wasee, hiyo ni marika yetu. Hata ule msee ya 80 years ana argue, yes, ako na experience, yes, but Bernard, those people I don't know. Niliuliza juzi, hawa watu wanawakilisha former deputy president, ni yeye analipa ama nani watalipa Bernard? Niliona kitu Muigai alikuja kutetea Kindiki and he had points. Niliona ile group ingine Bernard, the whole bench imenyamaza, wanacheka. So nafikiria vile lawyers wamejua ukiwa kwa sanduku ni kuintimidate. Those were professional lawyers that you don't want to intimidate. There were no hakuna raia ilikuwa hapo Bernard. Hawa ni wasomi, walikuwa napigana wasomi kwa wasomi. Lakini sana sana advocates wanatakanga kustua. Wanakustua ndio uchanganyikiwe. But now Bernard, those were professionals. Hawa ni lawyers tumetumia. Wengine wamewakilisha kesi nje. Lakini haki yale walifanya siamini, na mimi nangojea Tuesday nione vile mambo itaenda. Na ya mwisho Bernard, nikifikiria leo kama mimi na nione tangu hiyo mambo ya kesi imeendelea, nikaona Chatamu huko ni kwetu Nakuru, nimeona Turkana na niliuliza Bernard, hii mambo yote tunaongea hapa raia wanajua, wanasikia? Because it is like they are happy. We are accusing the wrongs that are happening in our country. Na ile watu tunatetea Bernard, they are happy receiving the president, wanaimba. Sasa atajuaje wa Kenya wamutaki? How? Because Bernard, tunaweza kuwa wale wachache tunaongea tu ile tunasema na hakuna mtu anasikia. Because hii kesi ikiendelea, tuliambiwa Kenya wamekasirika. The only thing I know, ameavoid kwenda Central. Anataka asunguke Kenya ingine, anataka kurudi huko kama moto imeisha. Ama kama Kindiki amefaulu, ameapishwa, sasa anaenda homecoming, I don't know. But nikiangalia vile Kenya iko, we are not serious Bernard, we are not seeing. Watu wako comfortable, unalala njaa, unatuma mtoto yako Kadar, ananyang'anywa kasi, unarudi unakula unalala. Hakuna CNC, hakuna nini, hakuna Murara huyu kijana moja, kuna wale watu. Na leo Turkana Bernard, the first time ati sasa mtu Ruto anaweza chapa, anauliza Turkana mtu ya pange. He cannot now accuse Kalonzo, he cannot accuse Raila. Sasa it was my first time nikisikia watu ya Turkana wakiulizwa, mnataka kukaa na mtu ya pangi, na akajifanya sana hata achui China. Tell me hiyo mtu ya pangi anaitwa nani? Sasa nikasikia watu wanasema, hata mimi nilikuwa nataka kujua hii mtu ya pangi leo imetajwa ni nani. Bernard, can you imagine? Mtu anaenda because he doesn't have anything to say. Sasa kweli Rais Musima anaenda kuongea mambo ya chaka anaitwa nani? Hata jina imepotea. Wajakoya Bernard, what is going on? Are we na Wakenya wanapiga makofi. So my argument here Bernard is that Kenya wanataka kuendelea kusava. They want to serve. Wanapenda wakora, wanapenda watu ya kuambia, aliambia nyinyi Turkana kama mutaki sijui mambo ya irrigation, sijui mambo ya nini. So I was wondering Bernard, what are we saying? Tunakuja hapa tunakuwa wakali, tunakosana. na wale watu tunawatetea wanaenda kukaribisha hiyo watu. So now tell me, Nakuru, mahali Kimani Ngonjiri alilia, mahali hiyo Chatamu ilikuwa leo, for your information Penat, ni Subukia, ni constituency ya Kimani Ngonjiri. Ule alilia machozi. I was thinking Nakuru at least wange resist. I was thinking Susan Kiiga at least alikuwa na, but all of them walikuwa napika makofi. What is going on? Niliona na nikauliza watu wawili tatu kwa sababu mimi natoka Nakuru. Kaniambia Mama Selina, endelea kukaa, wachana na sisi. Sisi tunapenda, hata nilinyamaza because Ngonjiri alitoa baba mzima analia. And then the following day, the president come to your constituency. Wapi ile yani like there is nothing. Wewe ukikutwa pena today, ninakubali ile ilisemekana kuna ndovu 5. Moja ilikuwa white, red, black, sijui ingine ilikuwa kala gani. So wakaambiana wacha tukule hii nyeupe kwa sababu inafanya watu watujue. Nyeupe akamalizwa. Ikaendwa kwa red. Ilikulwa mpaka nyeusi, alisema kwa sababu mimi ni black, hakuna mtu ataniona. Lakini dakika ya mwisho alifanya nini Penat? Alikutwa. So wa Kenya tumetoa white. Lakini sasa hiyo red ya green na black batu wako laini. So Penat, tukiongea hapa, is our people ready for change? No. Tunaenda kupika makofi. Sarcastic. The president of Republic of Kenya anatoa manguo, anapaki na shuka. Nilikuwa nafikiria atapaki hata na shati awekewe hii ingine, lakini sasa kwa sababu anataka kuonyesha hawa is with them, is one of them. Hey, Pena, sina la kusema.
Sawa mami, ni siasa na shida zake. So yeye anataka kuwa mtamaduni kuliko Waturkana katika hiyo masuala. And then of course the Wajakoya thing was very interesting. Inaonekana Wajakoya is the only formidable force against him at the moment. So anaona wengine ni walkover. Yule mtu anasumbua yeye ni Wajakoya. That particular mention. But that's all the issues with the wherever the playing of politics, especially Ruto's politics. Ruto's politics ni ile siasa ya kudunisha watu. So hawezi kufanya siasa ya kutoa point. Lazima apate mtu wa kutukana, mtu wa kufinyilia chini, ya kudunisha. Hiyo ndio anajua kama siasa. Lakini siasa nzuri ni ile kushindana kwa point, kushindana kwa proposals ambazo zinafaa, come up with a better idea than the one that is being given. Let me just get this.
Before you continue, can Naomi come in and tell us what you think? Anasema niko na ukabila. I don't think nimeongea mambo ya ukabila hapa, na kama yeye ana mambo kushinda yale tunachatiliana hapa, I would welcome her atuambie ila anajua kutuliko, because hatujaongea mambo ya kabila hapa, tunajaribu kusaidia wa Kenya. But if she think nimeongea mambo ya ukabila, she can come in. I'm saying what we are seeing. Sisemi mambo yangu Pena. Thank you.
So mami, thank you. We get you clearly. Please, comment section niliwaambia to debate, sio tu nini, tutafutane. Kuna watu wako sensitive on the matter of particular areas not to be touched. That's not necessary. Let me get this nini before I give my thought on this, then we get in the next person to give their view. naambiwa mimi ndio nilikuwa na shida na video.
High Court judges Eric Ogola, Dr. Frida Mugambi and Anthony Mrima have refused to recuse themselves from a petition filed by Rigathi Gachagua challenging his impeachment as a deputy president. It was the second time in a week that the court dealt the impeached deputy president a blow. On Wednesday, the three-judge bench ruled that the deputy chief justice had lawfully impaneled and assigned it to handle the matter. As Emmanuel Tour now reports, the matter on lifting or extending conservatory orders barring the swearing-in of nominee Deputy President Professor Kithure Kindiki is set for hearing next Tuesday.
It was a ruling that was short and precise at the High Court Milimani. The three-judge bench made up of presiding judge Eric Ogola yet again delivered a hard blow on impeached Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua.
The grounds raised for recusal in this case.
In the ruling read by Justice Ogola, Dr. Frida Mugambi and Anthony Mrima stated that the issues for consideration, including the concept of recusal in line with the Constitution, the grounds of impartiality and bias raised by the impeached Deputy President, and whether or not the applications were merited, were not substantiated.
The applications for recusals are hereby disallowed. Leave to appeal is hereby granted. Typed proceedings and certified copies of this ruling to be availed to parties at cost or as the case may be.
Gashagua's lawyers had alleged conflict of interest and bias, arguing that Senate Speaker Amason Kingi attended Justice Anthony Mrima's wedding and had a close relationship with him. They also alleged that Justice Ogola's wife was appointed to the Kenya Water Towers Agency Board, chaired by an appointee of the president. In part of an affidavit that Gashagua's advocates wanted expunged, a request rejected by the bench, they also alleged that Dr. Frida Mugambi was Professor Kindiki's master's degree student, which they later conceded was not true. The judges directing both parties to file amended copies of their petitions or defenses within 5 days and the responses after service. The court will resume with consideration of the prayers to seek extension or otherwise of the orders, stopping the replacement of Gashagua as deputy president.
The said applications in one above are hereby fixed for hearing on 29th of October 2024 at 10 a.m. in this court.
Orders from Justice Chacha Mwita stopping the implementation of the Senate decision to kick out Gachagua and swearing in of Kindiki lapsed midnight Thursday. However, conservatory orders from Judge Richard Mururu Mwongo prevent any person, including Professor Kithure Kindiki, who was appointed by the President and approved by the National Assembly, from assuming the office of the Deputy President pending the hearing and determination of the application inter partes. Gashagua unsuccessfully challenged the empanelment of the bench by the Deputy Chief Justice. And after hours of arguments within the courtroom, the jury is finally out, and it is yet another blow for the impeached Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua, whose fate now hangs in the balance. The court sits on Tuesday. Emmanuel Tour, Citizen TV, Milimani Law Courts, Nairobi.
Mambo ni kama hayo. Nashukuru kila mmoja unayejiunga nasi katika kipindi. Tunachambua masuala jinsi yalivyo. Mama Selina ameshiriki kuhusu hiyo kesi, na nakubaliana na Mama Selina swala la the lead lawyers wa Gachagua. Kuna vile ambavyo kwangu mimi hawaniridhishi na vile wana argue hiyo kesi. Na napeana mfano wa lawyers. Mnakumbuka kesi ambayo ilishindwa juzi, the impeachment of Kericho governor. The impeachment of Kericho governor that was in the Senate. When the lawyers of the Kericho governor were giving views, miliona vitu zao ni kama utoto, okay? They were arguing but on facts, okay? Wanasema ili akuwe impeached, he needs to be voted by 33 MCS, okay? Na wale wali vote ni 32. I think it was something like that. So there was a fraction, as a half a person that did not vote to meet the number of required MCS. And it was on that grounds that they won. judge or whatever lawyers wa Gashagwa kufika kotini badala wa argue kesi ambayo iko ambayo ni hatutaki Kindiki auke kwa ofisini kwa sababu hili na hili alikufanyika kupitia parliament, kupitia senate. They went and now began to prosecute another case which is hii bench haikuwekwa vizuri. Wale mko hapa kwa bench mko biased. Mara huyu alienda kwa wedding ya fulani, huyu ni mwanafunzi wa fulani, huyu sijui nini na nini. Kwangu mimi, I think either they wanted to buy time or there is something amiss in their calculation. So Kigen, yule lawyer wa yule governor wa Kericho, okay? I think they need his wisdom. Just look for where there is a loophole in the case, not outside the case, within the case, and then capitalize on it and win the case. Lakini yeye kwenda sasa kutafuta alienda shule kwa wapi, alisalimia nani, alienda kwa wedding ya nani. I mean, to me that's unnecessary, except that is the direction they were given. Kwangu mimi hawaniridhishi kabisa. Na Paul Mwite is not a young person. He's been on the bench all along. He has credible lawyers. I don't know why they're allowing themselves to go on a fishing expedition when they have enough grounds to prosecute the case. Wabunge walisema hivi, haikukuwa inafaa. Walipiga kura wakati nani hajajitetea, haikukuwa inafaa. Sheria inasema hivi na hivi. Argue within your case. Don't create more cases just to buy time and probably waste the time for the bench. And then the bench gets angry and now they will rule the case in anger other than in facts. So, but haya ni maoni yangu. Kwangu mimi, kesi iende moja kwa moja. Go direct to the point. Prosecute your case. That will give you better grounds. Lakini ya mzungu koi ya mbirikisho kwangu mimi sioni ikienda bad. Asante. Lakini nimlete nani? Kuna yes Queen Mo.
Hi. It's nice to listen sometimes. I'm enjoying it. Wow. Thank you so much. First of all, please, Pastor Bernard, can you remind us of the question for the day? What was the poll question?
Do you support the court's decision to stop the Adani deals?
Okay. I think that these guys are playing us vibaya sana. What I think is that they throw things out, then they give things time to cool down, and then they bring them through the back door. So what I think, and the reason why I believe that is, for example, if you remember with the housing levy in 2023, when the High Court found it unconstitutional, and then they went ahead to allow the government to continue collecting taxes for the housing levy in January. And then it came back around the back door in 2024 now. And it has been considered constitutional as the case is going on at the same time in parallel. It has been considered constitutional. So it has been brought back in. So what I think is that these people are just delaying. These are delay tactics. These are just delay tactics. I don't think that the courts are actually halting anything. They're not halting anything. They're pausing and trying to find another strategy to bring it right back in. That's what I think. Those are my views anyway about that. Now, in terms of that, I want to go back a little bit to that video that you showed, because the reason why I decided not to respond immediately is sometimes when something is so hot and so annoying, sometimes it's just better just to keep quiet and think. Because I ask myself so many questions, like, for example, you guys, if you ask yourselves these questions, now, we allow, I mean, what are we substituting for all our, what we call assets, human resource assets? What are we substituting for that? For, you know, the average, the median age, the average age of Kenyans is about 20 years old. Of our 56 million population, the average age in Kenya is 20. Right now, countries are paying, Western countries are paying to bring in, to attract young blood. They are paying a lot of money. Companies are paying their governments to import young labor. They're even allowing the young labor in free through open and porous borders. Yeah, like in America, in England, in the UK, these guys, they value their 20-year-olds. What is wrong with us? Not only that, our 20-year-olds are nothing compared to the Westerners. Our 20-year-olds, most of them are very educated. At least they have a high school education. Majority of them, most of them, and on top of that, they're also well educated at home, and they're disciplined, hardworking. So what are we substituting for those young people? Do you know what we're substituting? We are substituting with the Gates Foundation, who are granted special status for their expatriates and granted privileges and immunity in the country. How old is Bill Gates? He's 68 years old. In those Western countries, 68 years old and above, those are people who should be retired. But 68-year-olds in the West are busy planning eugenics. If you don't know the word eugenics, please look it up in the dictionary, guys. Yeah? They are planning eugenics against the Black people, against Africans. One of the ways is to create separation between the young people and their families. Who is going to look after the elderly? Who is going to look after their parents? Who is going to look, just like, I think, who was that? I think it was Mary who said, many of these people are being enticed to jobs that really don't have a future. And they will get stuck in those countries. They won't be able to come back. I have been abroad so many times and seen so many Africans, even in England, even in the UK. You talk about why don't they go to the UK or the US. I've seen Africans, Kenyans in the UK, US, who are stuck. They can't come back. They can't come back. Yeah. And many of them even went as students. And unfortunately, something went wrong. So who else are they substituting? They're substituting JP Morgan Chase Bank. Okay. Authorized to establish a representative office in the country, officially being given a banking license, okay, to move and expand to emerging markets. Those are who they are substituting. Let's add the other one, the United Nations Population Fund. All right, they are moving their offices from New York to Kenya. Those are the people who are being substituted with our young Kenyans. All right. So Kenya is actually being invaded. That is an invasion. They are actually creating the foundation for their move, for their actual return to the continent. And they are actually displacing our people deliberately. They're displacing our youth deliberately into countries that they have already messed up, where there's nothing left. They have basically mined everything. They have killed all the animals. They have killed all the Bedouins. There's nothing there. There's nothing in those countries. Africa is the future, and actually they learned the hardest lesson of their lives during COVID. That if they want to survive, they have to come to the place in the sun. A place in the sun, because this sun is vitamin D, and it runs the whole year round. Yeah, and again, ask yourself that in light of the Intercontinental Free Trade Agreement. Yeah, this Intercontinental Free Trade Agreement of the African Union was supposed to create opportunities for Africans to move to different African countries, to actually move around freely, isn't it? So why are we not encouraging, hi Stephen, why are we not encouraging our young people to move freely within African countries? Why are we pushing them to move into countries where they do not respect the law, they do not respect human rights, they do not respect human dignity? People are coming back in coffins. If they're not coming back in coffins, they're coming back with mental illness. There will be a few who will be allowed to succeed. Those people will be the ones who will be the bait for the other African youth. 20-year-old is a child, literally. I sent my son at 19 to the US. He was a kid. I took him shopping myself. I took him to Nakumat. We bought deodorant, me, for my 19-year-old boy. He's a kid. He's never left home. He has been under his mother and his father, and I had to keep tabs on him when he was outside there. You know, these are children, and this is the thing that our society needs to understand. These are kids. You cannot be sending children out to go and work as cleaners. You're gonna get them into some mental health problem. Now you're gonna sell your land, you're gonna sell your home, you're going to sell this so that you can send your child to Dubai, to Kuwait, to wherever, to go and be a cleaner of a toilet, to go and be a driver. Kwani, why can't we build our industries here? Why? Look, we have lost 8,000 foreign investors. The Nairobi Securities Exchange has lost over 8,000 international investors who are ready to bring manufacturing, ready to bring companies into our country who would have employed more than those 3,000 Kenyans. So what are we thinking here? You know, why are we not? Why? You know why? It's because you see, we have a president who has different goals. The goal of President Ruto is to increase foreign remittances by getting Kenyans jobs abroad. If you look at this Nation Africa News article in the Nation, that was on December 17th, 2023. He was addressing journalists and he said that the government targets to increase foreign remittances from $4 billion to $10 billion. Now, I think we can ask you, Pastor Bernard, to calculate what is $10 billion in Kenya shillings so that we understand. Because right now we know that Kenyans are actually remitting about 500 billion shillings every year. Kenyans are remitting about 540 billion shillings a year. So what is $10 billion? Can you please explain what is $10 billion? Because actually this is what is in Mr. Ruto's head. These $10 billion that he has to get. And the only way that he knows that we can actually increase foreign exchange in the country is by sending our young people out to go and work and send the money. That's the only way he understands. And that actually explains to me, that confirms that he's not a businessman. He has never done business. He has no idea how business is done. And so he says that we're looking to get more foreign exchange into the country. And so he says he's working around the clock to make sure that they have Kenyans working in foreign companies. Foreign companies. So it doesn't matter what job they're doing in foreign companies, as long as they're working in foreign companies and remitting remittances back to Kenya and getting to his $10 billion goal. That is all he's thinking about. As for how it is done, he doesn't actually care, you know. And I also want to submit that the other thing that Kenyans are being exchanged for are the policies on agriculture, which are so, let me see here, I'm looking for the policy on agriculture, which I had just done some research on before, because I'm trying to triangulate information. There's a bill which is requiring that fertilizer feeds sellers have to be degree holders. So, like I'm telling you, they are creating a foundation for themselves because they have the degrees, they have the education. They don't give a damn about us, our children who don't have this education. Yeah, they are going to go and clean toilets while they bring their children who have degrees to come here and sell fertilizer and feeds. They say that you will need a degree, a diploma, or a certificate in an agricultural course to sell farm inputs such as fertilizer and animal feeds, or you risk a jail term and 200,000 shilling fine if Parliament passes a proposed law. Tell me, how many people have a degree, diploma, or certificate in an agricultural course to sell farm inputs such as fertilizer and animal feeds? Again, why do we need a degree, diploma, or certificate in agriculture to sell manure? We don't. You only need that for fertilizer, for synthetic fertilizer that their companies, multinational companies, are manufacturing. Where they're manufacturing abroad. What for? For their own economies. Again, JP Morgan Bank has been mentioned in the Eurobond scandal. All right. Yet they have been given an administrative office and a license to practice in Kenya. Who are the lawyers who are going to, who are the bankers who are going to be working under them? Who are going to be leading? These are expatriates. So actually, Kenya is being taken over currently by expatriates. We are actually exchanging our population with theirs. So our population, our young, vibrant youth, the ones who can fight, the ones who can fight back. You see, Ibrahim Traore actually told his people, he addressed Africans abroad in English and told them to return to their roots to fight. This is a war, guys. This is a war. When you're taking your youngest soldiers out of the country, they are the ones who would fight you. Who are you left with? You're being left with 60-year-olds who cannot fight. They cannot fight these people. Yeah? So we have to look at things in a very, very wide way and say, you know, remove emotion, remove all this thing, all these distractions, all these Adani deals. This is just evidence that they are coming, and they are coming to stay. And this last time they came and they were thrown out. Who threw them out? Young people. Akinama Gen Zs, they're the ones who threw out the last colonialists. So they're getting rid of the Gen Zs. They'll either kill them or they'll send them abroad to work. You either agree to go abroad to work, useless jobs, or you find yourself disappeared, abducted, or denied an opportunity with a mental health problem, an emotional health problem. And you won't get access to treatment. So either way, you will die. Plus, you won't even have the economy will be suppressed until young people are forced to migrate and leave the country. So young people need to understand that leaving the country is not the solution. It's not the solution. Although, yes, it is only the solution if one is going out there to look for education. You're going out for education, and while you're being educated, like what we were told when we were going to school, we were told, go out there, read, and come back home to build your country. We need to push that back to our young people. Go read and come back to the country. Go study, come back to the country. Yeah. You know, so these are all the reasons that in my small analysis, I feel, you know, this is what's happening with Ruto. Ruto is thinking about his $10 billion. What is $10 billion, Bernard?
Okay, $10 billion equals to 1.2 trillion. That is 1,290,000,000 in the current exchange rate. 1,290,000,000.
So basically,
Kenya.
he just wants to double the remittances. He wants to double those remittances in the economy, in the global economy. Tell me, what will that take?
I think our main undoing is getting somebody who has, like you said, who has never worked, who has never generated an income the right way to be in charge of an economy. He doesn't even get it how an economy works. So it is the problem. And ni kama tu uko na dereva unaenda ushago, huyo dereva anakupeleka Nyarugunga na ajui. So mkifika makutano, yeye ameshika njia ya kwenda wapi Molo, anakuambia anaenda Kisumu. In the process hamtafika kwa sababu hajui, na hatuwezi mlaumu. We can't say he's not a driver. He's a driver, yes, but he doesn't know where he's going. And the problem is he doesn't want to ask anyone. That's a sad situation. But to throw in something, tunataka Wajakoya wa Jax akuje, tumemweka sana. Lakini nitasema hivi, on the issue of our economy and our exporting labor, I think we are missing it at the county level. Even if the national level is not working, the county should be able to create jobs. What happened to Ngilu's shoe manufacturing that he had launched in Kitui? The honey generating, there was Kitui honey in the supermarket. Like a governor, you're supposed to know your population and the possibilities that are around you, then create jobs. Badala ya kutuma watu Nairobi, let Kisumu take care of part of their population by capitalizing on the resources there. Watu wa Kakamega, what can you generate from Tsiswa, Mikombero, and these other things as an industry, okay? So that we don't all count on Ruto. Now Ruto ametuonyesha kwamba hajui kila nafanya, na tukimtegemea wote tutazama. So let the counties rise up to the occasion and mitigate in this matter. other than us saying, oh, even the budget we're being given is not enough. Mimi naona as a governor with that wherever limited population, you can easily mobilize them even to generate funds. It's like you want to start a community school. You will easily get somebody who wants to give a farm for the school because it's going to help everybody. And we'll say kila nyumba itoe shilingi 100 to work temporary classes. You will get that 100. And before you know it, the school is running. Our problem is governors na Ruto wamekaa kama now this is a bad example, lakini I have to use it and you won't blame me, I'm my pastor too. So tumekaa kama manabii, okay? Na bakuli watu watupe kitu ndani. Hiyo ndio sasa shida yetu. Badala kuchagua rais tulichagua nabii. Nabii anajua kuokota sadaka kwa bakuli. Okay? So akienda America anaokota, akienda Iraq anaokota, ajui kugenerate, ajui kupanda, kuvuna. Yeye anajua nini? Inua mkono, watu watupe ndani nini? Kitu. So we must as a people think on alternatives. Kama tutarecover hii economy. Watu wa Turkana, maximize what is available within your reach. Watu wa Nandi, everywhere. Na tukianza kuintertrade as counties and be able to employ our young people, there will be no young person who wants to go out of this country. Lakini hii story ati tuko na nabii kama rais na minister wa foreign affairs naye ndio nani? Ndio the wind that carries Elijah to nowhere. Something must happen. Now, Kenyan with love, I hope you have come. I can see you're here with power, although umesema unataka kunyamaza. Naomba tukimleta Wajax, hii Wajax wewe ndio unasumbua Ruto.
Bernard,
Yes.
siku mingi sana mnanisikia kweli?
Yeah, unapatikana, karibu.
Asante sana. The last time I was on this channel is when you were agitating for the elections. Nikakuwa depressed, nikatoroka kidogo, lakini now with the situation now in the country nimerudi tena ili tuweze kuona tutasaidia aje country yetu. First and foremost, before ni tackle issues zingine, mwongee kuhusu mambo ya bakuli. Sasa shida si si kitu ambayo inawekwa kwa bakuli. Hiyo ikishekwa kwa bakuli ni inaenda kwa nani? Mtu ambaye anashika hiyo bakuli ama nienda kwa Wakenya? Hiyo ndio shida number 1 hapo hivyo Kenya. Bakuli wanapeleka nje, lakini wanainyoa before ifikie tu mwananchi imenyolewa kabisa, so it does not help us. So hiyo ni as a non-starter. The other issue I want to tackle real quick, I think your issue of Middle East. There is nothing as depressing, especially kwangu, when I hear about the stories about the Middle East. If you can find the records of the number of Kenyans claimed to have committed suicide in the Middle East, ni nyingi sana. But don't just look at that in that sense. Step back kidogo uone when the person is planning to go to the Middle East and what anachukua actions gani. The people will fundraise. What even bribe those companies. They will jump through hoops at all costs just to get to get a better life. Unaenda atenda for a better life alafu ende ajiue. Sell me something else. That one I'm not buying. I am going to be very controversial here today. Na mimi tunasema hivi. The government ya Kenya must address the murders that are taking part in the Middle East. So Middle East, I think the issue ambao wako nayo, they are cowards to face Israel. Israel wanaua kama rats. So they look for the next best thing. So wanafikiria sasa wanakuja kwa Afrika kututorment. Hiyo ni kitu ambao If they want to pick a fight, let them pick a fight with Israel. Deal na Israel. It is not us. So killing our brothers and sisters does not make them look stronger in the eyes of Israel. Watch when wa deal na wa Israeli. So that is all I'm going to say about that. Nimalizane nayo. On the issue of the country, I think Kenyans, we are cowards and we will forever be cowards. You know, we cannot make change or to push the wheel of change. I think it's too hot for us. We should just leave it alone. This government, when it came into office, you know, it is not a secret, Saizi, that Ruto has control of all four governments, all four arms of government. I'm saying four. He has control of the executive. He has control of the legislature. He has control of the opposition. And he has control now, or clearly has control of the judiciary. We can, insanity is doing the same thing over and over again and expecting a different results. Kenyans, we are insane. I will tell you that, and I will keep saying that until the day we will figure out how to change that. Lastly, I come in and listen to this Gashagua's case up hivi kila saa, and I hear how everybody argues. But everybody argues from the point that ni Gachagua. If it was somebody else, would you argue the same? Huh? The problem is not Gachagua as a person. The problem is the rule of law being applied kwa Kenya. The speediness about it took place. If they were as effective, if they had showed me even one law that they were as effective as this one, I would say that yes, I think we are moving there. But these are all these people who are moving this stone forward are paid, and I have no regrets to say it. These are all people who have their hands in the jar. Plain and simple. They have no interest in terms of what happens in Kenya. That's why they bring us garbage of moving the presidency from 5 to 7 years, like the idiots they are. But we Kenyans will just sit back. I don't know what it is that can really empower us to come out and really speak of the evil of this man Ruto, who is in the presidency. The truth of the matter is, this man is on a mission, and his mission is only one. He wants to be the richest Kenyan. That is all that powers this man. What is shift, whatever that thing is called? What is the use of that? Huh? NHIF was there. Why couldn't you fix that? Then everybody talking about the main topic of the day, that the decision of the Adani deal that was stopped. Do you know how many deals Adani has and how many were stopped? We are given one thing, one carrot. We are excited about one thing. Adani will always be in Kenya. Know that. This is just a dangling of one thing. At the end of the day, these guys they create companies overnight and award those companies before they created by midnight. By 7 a.m. they've awarded that company. But where does that tie in? It will still tie into Adani. So this issue that Adani has been stop it. The Adani is still there, and the moment that Kenyans will decide that it is time for us to move, that is and cause the agitation that is needed for us to move forward. That is the only time we'll be able to be helped. Sitaki kuongea sana, it's been a long time. Wacha nimalizie hapo hivyo, but I appreciate this platform. It is a long way from the last time when I was here, and I want to commend Bernard and the team for bringing it to this level. Tunashukuru sana, and let us keep agitating. We are Kenyans, and the moment we will grow balls, then we will know that we are moving somewhere. Asante.
Okay, asante sana, Jax. We appreciate that, and I agree with you. We must rise up to the occasion to save our country. Kenyan would love. Where are you? Ametupwa nje. Kenyan would love. I need you back. My time is running out, so now later, Stephen shortly. But let me make some official communication. We need to pay our bills, so tafadhali nataka utume mchango wako tukalipe bills zetu. By the way, StreamYard has revised their charges. We used to pay $35 per month. Now, without notice, I just noticed yesterday that it has moved to $50 per month. So having this show full-fledged every 30 days, we should raise the $50 to pay. So naomba tafadhali tusilege na tusichoke katika kutekeleza
kitu moja ya mwisho ambayo nilisahau kusema. I think there's this thing about people keep saying Gashagua na shares. I want you to look at the government appointments za Ruto. Does that account to shares? Is that also a crime? Tafakari hayo.
So thank you. Yeah. On that same note, nilisema tushughulikie mhalifu mmoja, tumalize hiyo kesi, alafu tupungulie mashtaka yule anayefuata. Tukichanganya hizi kesi zote zitatushinda na tutaishia tu kuongea na tutapata suluhu la kudumu. Secondly, Ruto can lay his bed as much as he wants and hope that he will sleep on it forever. But he is not in control of life. He is not the ultimate. His end will surely come. And he will pay for everything he has caused Kenyans to suffer. What I would want us to focus on majorly is how can we help ourselves? And that is, how can we get our governors to be an alternative to what Ruto is failing to do? So what I'm seeing is that what Ruto is doing is the same thing the governors are playing into. Okay? Robbing, stealing, and, making counties not to work. And always complaining the central bank has not sent their contribution. So kila mtu amekuwa mtoza ushuru ama muokota sadaka, na kuna mtu anataka kupanda na kupalilia. So as Kenyans, let's watch that. And then the issue of Adani deal and the courts. Queen Mo amesema ni mchezo tu tunachezewa, itarudishwa na hivyo. That is, of course, this is just some staying orders which are going to be prosecuted and wherever they argued. And we hope that we win the case to stop the Adani. If we don't, we must keep with the fight. But I wanted you to differentiate between the housing levy and the Adani deal. The housing levy was an introductory and a levy introduced without law, without support by the constitution. And that is why the courts stopped it. And so what did they do? They sent it back to parliament. So what did parliament do? They did their carpeting. Of course, as usual, na ukora wao wakatengeneza sheria sasa ambayo ina support him. And that's what they came back to court with. And so when they were able to prove to the court that now the law is available and is now okay to collect housing levy, the courts had to give that. But to me, I think when we get a better government, we will have to relook at that. Kwa sababu kwangu mimi, I'm not satisfied that even that provision of the law is accurate, because law does not apply backward. Law applies forward. Okay? How do you take a faulty into the parliament, then the parliament panel beat it, and then you want it now to preserve an illegality that took place before that law was created? Zile pesa zilikuwa zimeokotwa zilirudishwa ili tuanze kulipa fresh kwa hii sheria. Okay? Zile za kitambo ushachukua na sheria doesn't support them. Now sheria imeanza kusupport kutoka hapa kwenda nini mbele. Hizi za nyuma nani ata account? Tuta account tukitumia sheria gani? Just like we cannot prosecute a case ile ilifanyika 2008 using 2010 constitution, because 2010 constitution was not in existence then. So at times, God will help us. So Mato, are you coming to the studio or not? I really need to know whether I'm staying long or not, although my time is long gone. Bwana Stephen, long time, how are you? Yeah, get closer to the mic. Stephen, go ahead.
Okay.
Stephen, are you frozen or something? Sorry. Inaonekana neti ya Stephen niko na shida. Big J? Karibu.
Thank you, Bernard. Jambo, Queen Mo. Nisema, like, I cannot see clearly na wale wako kwa mama National Unity na sioni vizuri ni wanani wa Wajakoya. That's a good one. I like kwanza nawasalimia mjambo na sababu kweli I like how Queen Mo ame contribute. It's really ile mchezo iko Kenya ni kubwa, na unajua ubaya ya Ruto anakuaga na kiherehere kama unajua Bernard, kitu inaitwa mvi. Unajua mvi ni nywele nyeupe kamoja kanameanga kwa kichwa, kanajaribu kujionyesha hako ndio kanang'ara zaidi kuliko zingine, na kumbe nywele nyeusi ndio mingi kuliko hiyo nywele nyeupe. So Ruto anakuwa na kiherehere mingi sana. Alafu kitu tena ingine inamsumbua ni wivu. Kitu ya tatu inamsumbua Ruto, anatakaga attention. Unaonaga attention ni kama last born. Yeah. Anatakaga kila mtu amsifu. Kitu ya ine Ruto akona
adolescent.
Kitu ya ine anatakanga he want to be the best. You want to be the richest man in the world. Yani ataki asa venye akiona familia, for example, ya Uhuru Kenyatta, and he want to defeat everything that Uhuru has, he want to have them. So I don't know. We in this world I don't do things because Bernard akona kitu fulani na mimi nataka kitu kama. I do my own things. I find my way of getting my own things, but not because of a competition. Because in life, if we compete, then definitely where we're heading. Bernard, mmeongea hapo. Unajua utaweza nunua kitanda kizuri, lakini ujue hiyo kitanda haiwezi kukupea usingizi. Unaweza kuwa na insurance, ununue insurance, lakini hiyo insurance haiwezi kukupatia afya nzuri. So kuna vitu ambazo ni watu pengine huyo, kuna mtu mmoja aliongea kuhusu vitu kama I think ni Bernard. So kuna vitu zingine hata ukiwa nazo hasiwezi kukusaidia because you will not use them for entirety. So life is hakuna haja tuwe lakini unajua uzuri ama ubaya ni kwamba uchaguzi wa 2022 haikuwa uchaguzi at all. Walijilazimisha, na unajua mtu anajilazimisha na hata afanyi kazi. Miaka miwili hakuna kitu amefanya, anataka kujiongezea miaka mingine miaka mingine sijui mingapi, miwili. So that means hii miaka miwili yenye hakuna kitu amefanya, sasa ndiye aanze fresh na miaka mingine mitano. Who will agree that? Nasikia jana nini ya Senate ili crash. My emails ziliingia mpaka ika crash. Kwanza hujatupatia hiyo update Bernard. Nasikia emails ziliingia mpaka ika crash.
Yeah, I have that caption, but my WhatsApp has collapsed. So ilikuwa kwa WhatsApp.
Nasikia emails zilitumwa mpaka ika crash. Nothing like that. Yani hata Senate Secretariat walishangaa. We cannot agree that. After all, actually, kile kitu tunataka sasa tupiganie, turudishe iwe ni miaka 4, sio 5, 4 kama US, because we borrowed the US constitution. Turudishe ikuwa miaka 4, because we cannot wait. Watu na alafu wameweka tusheria twingine hapo, hata ku recall MP imekuwa ni shida. It's very difficult. It's almost impossible. So I think one thing ambayo kuhusu young people going outside, unajua nchi zingine saa hizi actually wewe kama umeoa na umezaa mtoto, kuna pesa unapatiwa na serikali, because the young generation wana yani country imekuwa aged. Sasa ukizaa mtoto unapatiwa, kuna pesa fulani unapatiwa. So when you send people ati kwa sababu ya remittance only, what about the economy? Watu wadogo ndio wanaendaga club, watu wadogo ndio wanaendaga supermarkets, you know, watu wadogo. The economy depends on the young people. So you don't have to export them. Of course, if they are going to study, lakini unawapeleka Middle East, watu wanaenda kuuawa huko. And you are very, sasa the concerns hizo nania alikuwa anauliza hapo ati sijui why the government should, you know, talk about the killings and of Kenyans in the Middle East. Sasa nani ndio kina Kuria ndio wako na hizo agents za kupeleka watu huko, so they block everything. They are in the top. So sheria kama hizo zikiletwa, kina Kuria wanachukua shuko, haiwezi fika parliament. That's why it's very difficult to deal with people of interest. We need to make the laws. Lakini vile Bernard umesema, governors wanatuangusha kusema ukweli. They are not doing what they are supposed to do. Hata hao ni wezi ile sijaiona. Jana nilikuwa naongea kuhusu hiyo hospitali ya Narok. Sasa ule governor alikuwa amejenga akaifikisha hapo. Ule governor anaingia badala anaimalizia, anaiweka tena tender the same price ya ile imejenga mpaka imefika kwa mabati. Surely. Kwa sababu tu ya wizi. Because hiyo kitu imejulikana, akatuma vijana wakaenda kupiga morara. Na vijana wajinga nao, kwa sababu wanasaidiwa, wanafikiria tu kuhusu ati hiyo shilingi 2,000 ama 1,000 umepewa ya siku hiyo, wanaenda kupiga mwingine, na amewasaidia accountability. Na by the way Bernard, ile kitu kingine anataka tu nini, hii inaitwa aje ya anti-corruption commission, inatakikana ikuwe scrapped kabisa. They are doing nothing. Kwa sababu hizo makesi zote Murara anatoa zimetoka kwa anaitwa nani, natoka kwa hiyo mama anafanyanga nini ya serikali, anaitwa nani, I forgot her name.
Auditor General.
Yes.
Is it Auditor General ama Control of Budget?
Yes. Kama vitu Auditor General ametoa na inaonekana kwamba county fulani haijafanya returns zao, hasionyeshi, why nini anti corruption na waendi huko kushika huyo mtu ajibu. Kama Narok wanaogopanga Narok, nobody. Unajua Narok hata Senate haifanyagi, haijai. Tunai alikaa 10 years, hajai letwa Senate apige hesabu waonyeshe vile amefanya kazi. Hakuna. Huyu mwingine ndio anaambaliza 1 year bado. So venye ulisema Bernard, I support you. County governments, they need to do something. We need to do something about governors. Watufanyie kazi kama national government imeshindwa. We need to do something. Really. So, thank you Bernard. Wacha naona nani amerudi na alikuwa na shida ya network. I'm just here.
Okay, thank you Big J, we appreciate that. Kweli lazima tujitahidi kama wa Kenya that our country is in trouble because we have eaters, we don't have builders, we don't have planters, we don't have people who think the future. Well, this is the caption, Happy Man in his back. Reported by Citizen, Kenyans crash Senate email system after sending over 200k submissions on the bill seeking to increase for presidential term limit to 7 years. So the campaign we did plus other platforms, I think worked very well, and want to appreciate everybody who responded positively and sent the email. But now with this claim that it crashed, are they telling us they will not access our emails again? Ama ni game wanatuchezea. Queen Mo, it has to be in half a minute. Unmute.
Sorry about that.
Steve, I'm coming to you. Queen Mo, you are on mute. We can't hear you, Queen Mo. Queen Mo, we can't hear you. Okay, ni kama nipati, samahani. Queen Mo, I am saying we can't hear you. Your mic is on mute. She's not getting. Okay, Stephen, take it. How are you today? Thank you for sending the petition.
Yeah. I'm all right. Now I can talk.
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Yeah. What I'm saying is this to Kenya. Gachagua aende nyumbani. 1, you cannot say that was a misnomer of a theory which cannot work. That is 1. I've finished about Gachagua. Yeah, because me, I don't know those lawyers. A lawyer is only on issue, on institution, just like a family. We have families. Surely, how can Gachagua put all families, all those lawyers you saw there, they are their families? Surely. And about Kenya, you know, that's why I'm radical. Yeah. We don't want to know whether they are right or right. Gachagua don't love Kenya. Yeah, me here in UK. I will tell you, that guy doesn't like Kenya. You cannot, okay, if you want to be a society, as an me I'm a lawyer also. What I'm going to do now, to give you the perspectives of law. Yeah, me, Steve Juangatari. Yeah, you don't have to, in Kenya there, if I want to go and register companies, I can do it. But you see, because he was wash, it means you cannot take me anywhere. I'm telling you what I know. I've been listening here. It's like useless things. I know Gachagua is on the wrong because he dined with a wrong man called Ruto. Yeah, a black spade is a black spade. Sometimes I don't know what I'm saying. I've been listening. I was sick the other day. I'm telling you, Gachagua should go home to dine in Mount Kenya. They think we don't know Nyeri town there or Kirinyaga. Surely, why put a map which we know and we have been listening? I'll finish about Gachagua. However much he bring lawyers, what they are doing is only institution. Institution of law does not make sense to me. It's only institution. They can say this, they can say that. Yeah, that's law. Me, I'm a lawyer, and I'm also a sociologist. But we want Kenya to be great. Before I leave, let me tell you experience which I entered in. My friend, yeah, went to Saudi Arabia. Yeah, because I was listening to these speeches. He came back. We were with him in University of Nairobi. Do you know how that university is? Very respectful. Yeah, they sodomize him there. Ogira. He came back empty. They took his certificate. He took everything. He came to us, to me here. I was in Nairobi. Yeah. Another one of this one from Kisii. Same story. This thing called taking people outside without a paper is this normal. If you know English, is this normal? It's not going to help Kenya. They are not going to add anything to us. I saw it myself. That this guy, the other guy I was telling you, yeah, they were not supposed to eat goats. This one we are with him in I'm not the one I'm telling you. So this Western country, we cannot trust them until you know what you are doing. I'm not telling you that I'm here in UK so that you can follow me. But we are telling you the truth. The truth is bitter. But you have to swallow it. Kenya, you are treated in a barbecue, which you don't know. You cannot export labor from the country. They should work there. Me, I know my professors, yeah, who are in Botswana. They are now home. We told them, come back home. Yeah, provide. We have the other one, Odada. You remember? The one who helped people in Kibera. Yeah, they went outside. But we told them, please. Me, I'm there. I was there. I told him, please come back home. You can contribute. You see, the problem is leadership. Leadership is not followership. Leadership is not followership. I'm telling you, and me in UK. Yeah,
So
I can
Stephen,
walk back.
Stephen, order,
Kenya.
Stephen.
Okay.
Thank you for your submission, and you're telling us the crisis we are in. We wanted you to make proposition. How do we get out of where we are? Like now, the government has become an agent for recruiting Kenyans and sending them to work elsewhere. How do we get these Kenyans working at home and the need for them to travel to other countries not to arise, even as we look at our situation. Other than just pointing on what Ruto has not done and what this has not done, well, what modalities can we put to see to it that this leadership that is not followership generate jobs for our young people? Because we cannot sit looking at each other in the house. Somebody has to work. Somebody has to put food on the table.
Yeah,
In a
yeah,
minute
yeah,
or
yeah,
so.
yeah.
Yes.
Professor. Yeah. Let me tell you again. Kenya, what we have to do is called what is called partnership without economic entertainment. Yeah. Yeah, because some people don't want to work there because they think it's easy. Kenya is not easy like that. We are saying that Kenya, it has to be innovation. Yeah, we did it here. You remember here in COVID-19, I was here, put in, I don't know, 3 months. Then I hear Kenya in Royal, I don't know, Royal here in London. Yeah, we were treated. What we are saying is this: politics inform issues, not bickering. Politics inform issues, not bickering. Yeah.
Oh,
But
okay.
here, okay. Maybe you
Okay,
are
thank you,
listening.
Stephen.
No,
Let it
politics.
land there, please, so that we can begin to wrap up. We're getting time bad, and it appears my night lecturers are not showing up in good time. But thank you, Stephen, for your submission, and thank you for signing the petition. And let's stay in the struggle. Like I said, participation into the struggle involves you as a resource person to engage specific people within your circle to help them make sense of the need for the turnaround of things within the country. This revolution will not take place by one avenue, one channel, one talk. We should be able to extend it to all our circles. So piga simu nyumbani, ongelesha mtu, mweleweshe vile mambo yalivyo, ili kila mmoja amakinike kwa kujua ni kipi kibaya, ni kipi kizuri, na tutafikia kile kizuri kwa njia ipi. But I thank you everyone as you participate into the conversation. Queen Mo, ulikuwa on mute, so hatukusikia kile ulisema. You can come in, please.
Yeah, so hi, I was just can you hear me?
Yes, we can get you now.
Okay, so nilikuwa nasema kwamba the 200,000 emails ambazo zili crash the Senate website, apparently they gave an alternative, walipeana an alternative email address. Lakini the question I have is, when was it communicated? Why was it not communicated before? Because the 200,000 apparently is the maximum number. It actually reached the maximum. Were they not expecting to reach the maximum? So to me, I think that is a flout of the rules. And that's not fair. That is part of unconstitutionalism. Not giving everybody a fair and equal chance to respond. Because it should be based on a calculated number of emails that they should expect back from the population. I mean, how many are we? 200,000 is not even 1 million. That's what I expect. So that's what I was saying. Sorry.
Okay, thank you, Queen Mo. And that's what I think what Jakindobe is saying is viongozi wetu ni wavivu. Okay? Because how can you be in a Senate that has participated in an election that has over 20 million voters registered, then you go put on a website that can only get 200K emails. If that's not madness, what is it? You want to tell me that these 20 million registered voters, you did not expect them to send an email to that website? So this is the sickness we are in, that we take people who have no idea on what needs to be done and give them a responsibility. It doesn't make sense at all. You are the president of a country that is 56 million. Your email account has a limit of 200K. Hii ni wazimu. So naomba tafadhali tujue tu kwamba si tuko mahali pabaya, hatuna uongozi, hatuna serikali, si tuko kivyetu tu. Mungu peke yake ndio atatuponesha. Yes, Queen Mo.
Wow, now that you put it that way, you see, now that you put it that way, what kicks in now is our statistics. What is considered to be a significant number? A minimum of 10%. Minimum. So 10% of 20 million is how many? 2 million. So they should have so what were they expecting? They were expecting what percent? 1%?
I don't think they ever even expected. Some of those things are just done for formalities. That's the problem with Kenya government. They do things for formalities. Tumepaka hiyo signboard, tumesema imefunguliwa na rais. That's all. They never think through this thing to a place where it has functioned and resulted into this outcome. Kazi yao ni tuko na website. Our government has gone digital. We have a website. That website has zero capability. This government need to be beaten. Hao watu wafungiwe kwa room moja, Wakenya wapewe nyahunyu. Wachape kutoka asubuhi mpaka jioni. Yes, Jay.
Bernard, unajua Queen Mo anajua ana raise very 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 important issues. Unajua what these guys are doing? They are doing the things that they know. Actually, they knew that many Kenyans are against this thing. So that's why they limited the email that they are going to receive. Actually, they walifanya tu hivyo makusudi because they didn't want Ruto, because Ruto is running Senate. Ruto is running parliament, national, inaitwakaje? So that is intentionally. It was done intentionally so that they will limit, because definitely the Senate was elected. The people who did the election in Kenya, they are, for example, they are 20 million, or they are let us put it 13 million. Then if they are 13 million, and niliona Senate actually vile nani Edwin Sifuna was causing some problem there. So it's intentional. They just did it intentionally kuzuia watu isionekane kwamba Kenyans have refused what they are planning.
To me, that is it is sad. And even if Ruto is running or running Senate and running National Assembly, I think as Kenyans, there are things that we should not compromise on. Ni kama tu winyi wa Nairobians, unaona hizi, unaenda kutembelea mtu Kayole, anakaa kwa gorofa, lakini ile space ya ngazi, okay, it is not up to 1 meter. Na mtu alijenga gorofa imeenda mpaka ya 5. He's narrowing that space ya ngazi, that he is expanding the rooms. Unaona? So it makes no sense. There is a standardized way of doing things. If you're operating as a government, there is a website that runs government. You cannot use a nursery school website, okay, and a website that is equivalent for a nursery school for running government. Government is vast. Government is supposed to be talking to the whole world. How do you have a website that is a capacity of one rural village secondary school to be for the Senate of the Republic of Kenya? And then we have what is called now, or is called the Parliament Service Commission. Are they not the ones who are doing those things? Okay, so that Parliamentary Service Commission, hiyo pesa ya website ilienda wapi? Kwa sababu hapa ni mtu alipewa pesa ya website kutengeneza website, akakula, akaenda kuchukua ya primary, akaweka kwa Senate. It's all a matter of people not thinking ahead and thinking government is for using for personal benefit, not for developing the country and helping the Kenyan people, facilitating Kenyan people to be able to have their say and let them be heard. This business of us, finding an excuse for this, to me doesn't stand. Let's rise up and demand whatever answers. Kama sasa website ya Senate ina collapse, how are we? Okay, sasa ya NEC national exam. Okay, the national exam, si itasema sasa watoto index number ingi. That's how the result the other day it collapsed during Machogu's time. Walisema tuma SMS kwa hii namba upate majibu. SMS kaingia, majibu yukutoka. All of it crashed. Kwa nini? We think small, we think right here, we don't think the future. We are messed up as a people, and we just need to get back to shouldering responsibility. I still support Jakindu Bay stand. Ni uzembe unatusumbua. Uzembe kwenda kufanya kazi kwa sababu ya kufanya kazi. Unajua kuna ile naweza kuja hapa kufanya show kwa sababu watu wanataka show. You get that? So you come with a mind, let me just do it, okay? But you're not doing it with your heart. You're not giving it what it takes. You're not thinking through. You're not reasoning. You're just there. So we have a laid back government. A government that is no government is not worth the name government. And all of this is by reason of what? Accommodating mediocrity. Accommodating mediocrity. Na hii ilianza time ya nani? Time ya Moi. Kwanza Moi's time system zote zilicollapse. Mpaka ya polisi. Atukienda kutafuta abstract, unapewa paper uende kwa photocopia, photocopy ndio ukuje upewe abstract. All systems collapsed. So Kibaki brought them back. Uhuru improved by the greatest miracle of Huduma centers. And all systems were working. But now Ruto is doing what? Killing all of them, collapsing all of them. So that itakuwa sasa ukitaka passport, unaenda nyumbani ya Ruto. Umuone anaitwa nini, Faruku. Ndio Faruku akutemei mate. Ndio passport yako itoke. Tafadhali wa Kenya, tusimame tuokoe nchi yetu.
Faruku walifanyana nini na gavana wa Nakuru? Niliona akimtusi juzi.
Farouk is the bewot of this government. And unfortunately, he's outside the parliament. So maovu yake anafanya huko nje, but he's the Mr. Fix It. He's the Mr. Sort the Mess. You remember Makto during Moi's time? When Moi goes and does something that is bad, it's Makto that goes to clean the mess. Go and clear it. So Farouk seems to be the Mr. Fix-It of this government, especially mahali kumeenda kumeharibika. So ulimwona Nyeri, okay? Anywhere there is an uprising, yeye ndo anaenda. But historia ya nani ya Kihika, it dates back kabisa. I even don't know how she made it. Unakumbuka during the campaign alikuwa wherever red flagged at any mall wa Azimio. nao kina Faruk, mpaka katolewa kwa kitchen cabinet, mpaka kalia nje huku kwa blockers, ati ametolewa nini, mpaka they almost denied her the ticket for the seat for the governorship of Nakuru. So I think it is still going back to the same. Na unajua ndio serikali ya kutoa watu kwa WhatsApp group. So kama Gachagua anatolewa kwa WhatsApp group, Gihika naye atakaa. Oh, God have mercy. Now, Jakindube, hali umerudi na uhondo, karibu.
Nafurahi sana kwamba sasa mnaona hii vile nasema uvivu. Mtu unawezaje serikali mzima wanaweka website ambayo haiwezi kuchukua watu 200 peke yake. Ukiweka 300 400 ina crash. Sasa wana expect nini? Hiyo ni maana yake nini? Na ukisikia ile pesa wametumia kuweka hiyo website, utashangaa, utaanguka hata chini kwa sababu ya kushtuka ukisikia pesa ile wametumia. So hawa watu ni watu ambao hawajui kazi, hawataki kazi, hakuna kitu wanataka kufanya. Njia moja nzuri ambayo tunaweza kuokoa nchi yetu ni kuwatimua, kwa sababu vile vitu wanafanya, mimi sijaona president yoyote, hata wa Amerika, hata wa Uingereza, wako na watu wengi ambao wanafanya wafanyikazi. Wangekuwa wanatuuzia wafanyikazi, ama wangekuwa wanatuletea wafanyikazi. Hawaleti, hawafanyi hivyo. Sisi Waafrika wengi sana katika Afrika, ukiangalia sisi ni kama tunapeleka watoto shule alafu tunawapatia wa Amerika na Waingereza na zile akili nzuri, zile better brain tunawapatia, kwa sababu sisi hatutaki kuzitumia. Mtoto akionekana ni sharp, anakuwa ni threat, badala ya kumtumia anakuwa threat kwa serikali zetu. Yeah? Mtu akiwa tu sharp anakuwa threat. Yeah? Ndio hizo tu ndio ziliua kina Mboya, ziliua kina nani, akina JM au akina Pinto hivyo. Yani mtu anaonekana ni mtu sharp, anaweza kufanya vitu za kusaidia nchi, munamuua. Huko mliona hapa alikuwa anajibu waandishi, mpaka waandishi wanaogopa sasa kumuuliza maswali. Tulimtoa ati kwa sababu amejibu maswali vizuri, kwa sababu labda watu wanaona huyu ndiye anaweza kuwa president. Huyo ni Mkenya, hata akiwa president so what? Lakini hatutaki, tunataka tu zile reject, ndio tunataka. Yeah. Na hii haisemekani sisi wa Kenya ndio tunataka. Kuna video moja mimi napenda, sijui nitaipata namna gani. Kuna jamaa alikuwa anasema kwamba huyo mwizi wao ndio huyo Ruto ni mwizi wao, lakini huyo ndio wanataka, huyo ndio atawaokoa. Sasa hao ambao walikuwa wanasema hivyo ndio wanalia sasa, ndio number 1 kulia kwamba sasa hawaokoki. So mimi ninawasihi tujikomboe, tutoke kwa sababu Wakenya tumekuwa katika ukoloni, mpaka hii ukoloni tunakubali, tunafikiria hii ni demokrasi. Hii tunasema ni demokrasi. Demokrasia gani ambayo mimi nafikiri demokrasia ni kwamba vile mimi naionaga, wale watu ambao wanasemekana wamekuwa kidemokrasia hawapigi mtu, hata ukisema kitu hapendi hakupigi. Sasa Muraya anapigwa kwa sababu anafanya kitu ambayo watu wengine hawapendi. Yeah? Hii wa Kenya tafadhalini, kwa sababu inatakikana kama mnasema sisi ni democracy, Kenya ni nchi ya democracy, usikasiri unaweza kusikia vibaya, lakini haufai kumpiga mtu, haufai ete unampiga kwa sababu amesema kitu wewe upendi. Sasa freedom of speech ni gani sasa? Kama anasema kitu upendi na unampiga, unatuma watu wanapiga huyo mtu, maana yake nini sasa? Hiyo ni kusema sisi kwa kweli hatujui kitu tunafanya, hatujui. Hata hii multiparty, Bernard nimewambia, multiparty ni njia ya uchawi ambayo wazungu waliangalia wakaona hii uchawi tukiwapatia itawavuruga for some times. Kwa sababu niambieni, hizi mapati zinatufaa kwa vipi? Angalieni tu, saa hii hakuna party, saa hii hakuna party. So inakuwa tu kama wakati wa Kenyatta. Kenyatta ilikuwa KANU, wakati wa uchaguzi ndio KANU unasikia KANU. Lakini uchaguzi ikiisha, hiyo KANU inafunikwa kwa, inawekwa huko kwa draw. Sasa ndio maana hakujenga taifa, hakujenga taifa na hiyo KANU. Mtu ambaye alijenga taifa na chama ambayo ilikuwa imeleta uhuru, Mwalimu Julius Nyerere, hiyo chama bado hata sasa hivi Watanzania wanaiamini kwa sababu ni chama ambayo inakuwa kama nyoka, inajisafisha yenyewe kila siku, kila wakati. Ikifanya kitu mbaya inajirekebisha, inajikosoa. Lakini sisi KANU ilikuwa haiwezi kujikosoa, ilikuwa tu inaweza kukosoa mtu lakini haijikosoi. Ingawaje mimi bado mwanachama wa KANU, kwa sababu sioni hizi vyama vingine kama kwa sababu sielewi wanasimamia kitu gani. Kwa sababu uchaguzi ikiisha hivi zote zinaungana kwa nani moja, kwa chama kimoja kile kinatawala. So mimi nataka kuambia Wakenya, sisi Wakenya tafadhalini, mimi kitu nalia sana ni kwamba tukiweza kutoa mawazo yetu katika hali ya ukoloni, tuone kwamba hatutaki kuendelea na mambo ya kikoloni, itatusaidia tuone tunataka kufanya nini. Kwa sababu vitu tunasema tu na hatufanyi. Tunasema tu hatufanyi. Wale watu wa Hindi wamesha pindua serikali yao na wameweka mtu ambaye anawalindia, sisi bado tuko tuna wale wahalifu. So ni jambo, hata saa hii watu wanataka Gashagua, wengine wanamsupport Bernard. Ni jambo la ajabu sana. Hao maloya, kitu ambacho wanafanya, wanataka tu pesa, wao wanataka kulipwa, lakini wanajua kabisa kwamba hii jambo la Gashagua ni political, na political hauwezi kupeleka kwa koti. Waamerika hawapelekagi koti, au Waingereza hawapeleki kotini hizi vitu. Mtu una resign, unajua tu hawa watu hawanipendi, una resign, hiyo kitu inaishia hapo. Siku nyingine unataka Waingereza wamefukuza prime minister wangapi? Sijui 6, sijui 5. Wamefukuza haraka kama utufanye nani, wana kuimpeach. Hiyo ndio fomu yao ya kuimpeach mtu. Sasa yetu ukitaka kuwa impeach inakuwa ni sheria mpaka iende. Ndio maana tulichagua Uhuru na Ruto, kwa sababu tunasema tuwapeleke kotini ndio wapate justice. Hiyo koti, ukiwapeleka koti, unajua unataka kuchagua wezi, kwa sababu ni wezi wajanja. Hawaja saa zile walikuwa wameshtakiwa na bodi la ulimwengu na tuliwacha tu.
Naomba tumalize, muda ndio huo. Even Queen Mo ameenda. Thank you. Stephen, I give you 2 minutes. We are ending the show. until further notice.
Yeah, let me finish. Let me finish, boss. Yeah. God bless you. God, inshallah. Yeah, in UK, you are in inshallah, and God bless. Yeah. You know the problem. The problem in Kenya is not ourselves. It's the people we elect. Like Akinube here. This is my in-law. Yeah. What did I do? Yeah. When they was chasing me from Kindube, if you know me, he doesn't know me. That's the problem of Kenya. I closed the door. I walked out. And it's reminding me what Gachagua should have done in his home country. I don't know, Kindube. Yeah. I told him this is not a good boss from Kindube. I locked it and I went out. Boss, so please, I'm telling you, Kenya has brains. It's only that we don't know who are there. Me, I closed the door. Yeah, me myself. I'm in UK here. Alfayo, you know, Kindube there, big area. When I hear at it is at yo, I came from the University of Nairobi. I locked the door at the key, like I'm now. Yeah, go home. That is how that guy went home. Gachagua is home area. That's it. This kind of nonsense at yo, those it's like at babysitting. We don't want to babysit Gachagua and bring other people in the mix. Me, I told you one that let's finish Gachagua. Next is Ruto. I know Ruto. Ruto is a con man. Now you are complaining. Yeah, we will help Kenya if you don't finish Gachagua fast, because the one who got him. I've been listening to what you are telling. I was sick yesterday. Yeah, remove one leg only. Let Ruto have one leg, because we don't know. Don't say at yo. You know the problem is that Kenya, there's no statistics. You, as we have been there, Kikuyu, because even he doesn't want me to say Kikuyu.
Bwana Steve, wachia hapo. Ukianza hiyo sasa Kikuyu, unamaliza show mwenzangu. Naomba hivi tafadhali. Hapo umefika ni pazuri. Mtu akikosea kwa ofisi resign. Kama bosi wako akupendi, resign. Wacha na story ya kwenda kotini tunataka kujiokoa. Gashagwa ana haki ya kuenda kotini, lakini Biblia inasema niko na uhuru wa kufanya kila kitu, lakini sifanyangi kila kitu. Niko na uhuru ya kukula chochote nataka, lakini sikulangi kila kitu. So it is not every right you have that you should claim, and it's not every opportunity that offers self that is yours. My senior most preacher of blessed memory, Dr. Kayo, said, it's not every open door that is open for you. He said you can find an open door. When you walk in, you may never walk out. So check if the door is meant for you before you walk in. But all in all, this is our country and we need to take responsibility on the same. What Jax is talking about, Gashagua's crimes are not as bad as those ones of William Ruto. I agree with you 100%. But let Gachagua answer for his, then Ruto will come to answer for his. We should not let Gachagua off the hook simply because Ruto is worse. And then, of course, when you go to court, get lawyers that can argue your case, not go to fight the judges, fight the bench, fight the Chief Justice when you need to be, saved. Then kuna nani huyu nani analeta tuhuma ingine hapa that Kindiki has turned down the offer for being deputy president. How do you turn down the offer when you go to appear before the parliament and then go and appear before the Senate and then you prepare for swearing in? How is that turning down? Turning down is done when they asked you and you said you're not interested. But you go to parliament, ufanye interview, umaliza alafu useme you're not interested in the job. That's a joke. Well, let's see how it plays. Jakin Dube, unless unala kutupa ndani sekunde 10, tufunge. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I think we... Jakin Dube, unala kuongezea atafunga.
Na kwamba Bernard, kwamba tuache uvivu kabisa, tuache uvivu, tujitoe kwa ukoloni. Hakuna kitu ambayo wakoloni walikuwa wanatufanyia tumeacha, tunafanya tu zile vitu zile wakoloni walikuwa wanatufanyia. Inatakiwa tutoke ndani ya, we come out of the box, tukae nje, tuangalie mambo yetu wenyewe. Ndio tunaweza kujikomboa, kwa sababu sasa minerals zetu zinachukuliwa tu bure, kwa sababu unasema tunatakiwa tu kufanyiwa, tutolewe kodi, tutowe tu kodi peke yake, na minerals zetu zinaenda wapi? Parastatals zetu zinaenda wapi? Kwa nini watu hawafanyi kazi? Kwa nini, Bernard, mimi najiuliza, kwa nini mtu anaandikwa na serikali kwa parastatal hafanyi kazi, na hiyo parastatal ikichukuliwa na mfanyibiashara, huyo mtu anafanya kazi? Sasa hiyo ni upuzi. Watu kama hao inatakiwa tuwe na system ambayo tunakupatia kazi, kama uwezi kufanya tunakufunga, si eti tunakufukuza kazi, tunakufunga. Mtu kama huyo tunamfunga kwa sababu hao ndio wanasema hawana kazi, na tunakupatia kazi alafu unacheza nayo. That may policy, kwa sababu nafikiri katika hizi nchi, ndio nilikwambia kila nchi iko na vitu zao wanafanya. Nafikiri ni Denmark wako na law kwamba usipopiga kura unashtakiwa na unaweza kufungwa kama huna sababu maalum, au unapigwa fine. Unaona, sisi tukifanya Kenya tunaambiwa hapana, hiyo human right. Hakuna, kile kitu tunakubaliana nayo ndio human right yetu. Unaona,
tumalizia hapo.
Umesikia bwana? Asante.
Sawa, asante sana Jakin Dube. Asante kwa kila mmoja ambaye amejiunga nasi kwa kipindi leo na kukifanikisha. Asante kwa kutuma ujumbe zako na kulike video, kupiga kura yako. Nashukuru tu sana. Naomba tafadhali tumakinike katika kuhakikisha kwamba hatusali nyuma kuleta mabadiliko yanayohitajika katika nchi yetu. Sisi ndio tumehifadhiwa na Mungu kufika mahali tumefika. Tusichoke, tuendelee kupigana hadi dakika ya mwisho. Queen Mo, you are back.
Yeah.
So you are here to snatch the microphone from my mouth, eh? I can see Kenyan would laugh.
Okay, let me continue and help you now.
Okay, good. That will save me a lot. And then, of course, now on my conclusion, I really want us to be active, focused, and fully make sure that we are doing what is required. And then, of course, let me get your contributions, please. Yesterday nilisema even nikaenda na tukaenda. Naomba tafadhali, let's do our part and we'll do our very best. Now, I think tomorrow I'll be giving a proposition on how you want us to deal with that finance issues. because I can see some of you are raising some questions here and there. And to me, I don't have a problem at all. You can come up with a board of trustees and all that. Kwangu mimi kuwapatia bills mnalipa. Na mimi naendelea kufanya kazi. I'll be very happy. In fact, hiyo stress initolewe kwa meza na I'll begin to deal with the gray hairs that are threatening me because mambo like StreamYard vile nimewambia, it's no longer 35, it's now 50. Na hiyo 50 nakatwanga automatically. So if kadi ikikuja kukatwa pesa na hakuna pesa ndani, si unapata notification. And then of course tutaki kudaiwa. So tafadhali, let's do our very best. Thank you. Kenyan we love, I hope you are now ready. Mimi nimeenda.
Hello, Bernard. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Sorry. Today I don't have much to say. I don't really, not even much. I don't have anything to say. Niko ziara zangu kuna vitu nafanya hapa hivi, but I'm gonna be here because I believe I've received so many calls of people that really want to continue with the conversation. Today being a Friday, and actually with the time difference, so sometimes inakuwa shida kidogo. Kuna watu wanataka kukula, kuna vitu kama hizo. Kuna watu wako jikoni and all that. So, but Bernard, I really want to appreciate you so much. Thank you so much for everything that you've been doing to us and actually bringing this show to be live. I really appreciate you, asante sana. I want to appreciate Jakindu Bey, asante sana, and everybody that is coming or has been and wants to come back. Tafadhali, kujeni tena tupige story, we'll keep on going. Bernard, I thank you. Asante sana. We're going to take it from here. And this is called Sound Candy Talk. And I want to appreciate everybody and also tell everybody. And Bernard, I also I would like you before you leave to thank Queen Mo. I think she started her channel today, went live today. I was part of it. And the biggest thing that she did was to say and to appreciate everybody that people that are there into Sound Candy Talk. And one thing that I realized from that was that she doesn't just operate with people that just live in Kenya or Kenyans. She's operating with other people. But the whole thing that I saw in that channel, what she was doing, she was constantly telling people we will be starting Sound Candy Talk in about 2 hours. And she told me I will be there, and she told everybody all air that everybody needs to transit from her show into Sound Candy Talk, where we do. And Bernard, I think it's about time we actually promote her and her channel, because she's promoting everything that we are doing. So she was really, Queen Mo, congratulations for your first day. Today was our first day to go live, and especially on that one. And I really do appreciate you. By the end of the day, it's all of us supporting each other. It doesn't matter where you are, as long as we are supporting each other. Hakuna kitu mtu tunaogopana. So Queen Mo, I really appreciate you for promoting Sound Candy Talk and for you being a part of us. And Bernard, we also need to tell her Paul sana, because she's been going through a lot after her dad's passing. This is how we meet. This is how people, kila mtu anakuaga. Sound Candy Talk is more than political. It's also about friends. So thank you, Bernard. It's good if you
Okay. Yes. Thank you for the info, and congratulations, Queen Mo. You sent the invite, but I saw it very late. That time I could not. I throw the phone away so that I prepare for this. Where is Stephen? Stephen, order is the order of the day here. Relax kwanza, inua mkono, usiongeze sauti kama tumeona. Relax. Okay, so Queen Mo, congratulations, and of course, the way we usually do, I think you will share the link in the private chat there, and then we encourage as many as can to subscribe and to Queen Mo's channel and support it to the degree you are enabled. You know, nobody has the monopoly of information, and we are all learning from each other. And so I am a pastor who encourages people to attend church service in other places to see what they preach there, so that if I'm preaching something wrong, they can know. So I don't hurt the people and say msiende hiyo kanisa ingine, msikilize huyo mhubiri mwingine. And if what I'm preaching and teaching is right, it can also be taught somewhere else. And so the aspect of being selfish and you want to control the people, msiende huku, msiende huku, that's not for me. I do that on church level. I do that on leadership training level, as well as this kind of program. So everybody is at liberty to listen to other analysts, compare our notes with their notes. Let's understand the whole thing holistically and grow together, even as we become better for the sake of our country. And I think if we are all fighting for a better Kenya, we are all in the same thing. So let's do what we must do to make this country better. So thank you so much. And now, as I go, I want us to debate, but I remind us, let's debate as we pay bills. Okay? Kesho tunaweza kuja tu hapa you know that there is free version ya sound ya StreamYard, no doubt, but it has its own limitation. I don't think we'll be able to sustain the show the way we are doing if we revert back to the free version. So let's pay bills as we debate and focus, because through this we will help this country become a better country. So chairman ni both Queen Mo and Kenyan would love. Stephen, ujumbe wako ulikuwa wangu ama wa Kenya? Mimi nimeondoka.
Kidogo Bernard, kidogo, hold on Steven, kidogo. Hold on, Stephen. Just a minute. Bernard, I want to thank you kabisa. Ladies and gentlemen, when you mnaingia, tumewekea link hapo. The link is out there. You can come in and have a conversation. This is a good conversation. And there's more to be to be spoke about, just the way Bernard started it. And Stephen is here. I think Stephen has something to say. And the thing is that I'm around and I'll be around in just a few seconds. But with that being said, as Bernard at his own akitaka venye anafanya, Queen Mo is gonna be the moderator for now, but I'm here just for at least 10 minutes. I need to finish something. If whoever wants to come in, I'm looking at it, I will add you into the link. Kuna watu wanauliza link hapa hivi. Kama kuna mtu anataka link, nimeweka, I'll be adding you. So Bernard, we want you to go take a rest, because you do this and I can understand 2 a.m. you're still up and you still have your own things to do during the day. We want to thank you so much. From here on, it's fine. I got it. Queen Mo is going to help me for at least 30 seconds. And then whoever else wants to come in, I'm not going to be talking too much. This is the people's channel. And that's why we call it Sound Candid Talk. Bernard, have a good night. And God bless you and your family.
Bye, Bernard. And thank you also for the support. Appreciate it. So moving right ahead, Stephen, please take up the floor. Ask your question you've been waving, or make your submission. Karibu.
My submission is this. Kenya, there's no problem in Kenya. The fact that Gachagua is fighting with Ruto does not mean that we don't have children there or anybody. Yeah, what I told Jakinu Bay is that there's something called recidivism when you have big English. This will be so that you speak everything again. I know Kenya is a journey, like all countries. Before we talk about Ruto and Gachagua, what I'm saying is this. It's a long journey. We have children there. We have mothers there. Our women there. Everybody's there. What we are saying is this. They should divide our values, our intention, our whatever. And this thing it's called what? It's called identity politics. Forget about it. And now they are saying that, oh, at you, yesterday I was listening here, I was just here when you were submitting. I was like, what is it? You know, the lawyers, they have become like children. For example, if I have 21 children, yeah, me have 21 children. One is arguing like this one is going like this. And they are talking about Ruto, at the Gachagua, at the Mama Ende, Baba Ende. Yeah, they will decide. One time I just go outside, I tell them, please, what? Yeah, Mama. What I'm saying is this. Law does not inform Kenya. Law does not inform Kenya. The problem is that you are hearing Kenya fast. But we are talking here, yeah, as they are Ugandan. Some of them are my UK. Kenya is the one. This you make me angry. Sometimes I just come here, get sick. I'm tired. What I'm telling is here. Kenya is Kenya. Zirwaru. Yeah, Zirwaru na Matako. You know, it's annoying. It's annoying me also. Like a Kenya. I got annoyed. Yeah, remove Ruto fast. And if you cannot remove Ruto, remove Gachagua. Gachagua from Nyeri. You think we don't know Nyeri there? Yeah. Yeah. Be naked. We want to see these people naked. Two of them. Naked. You got nothing. In power. You know, power in transient. For me, I'm talking in English. Power is transient. It has given to from people is the one who gives people power. But me, I knew from the word go that Ruto does not belong to power. Yeah, he used to be there in University when I was there. That is the meaning, which you don't know. Yeah. He's a con man. A con man. You cannot support a con man. Okay. There were 8 of them. 1992. Where are they now? Ask them. Zonyamwea. It is remaining. He killed all of them. I doubt it. When you are talking here, I like, oh God. You see in Kenya, it's like we don't know what we know. We know everything. Ruto should not be given any latitude to rule. That one doesn't mean that there are no people there. What we are saying, a thief and a thief, they're all thieves. Yeah, this guy here, he chose from, it's called Gachagua. I don't know Gachagua. The same thing. Me, I don't understand that, especially me, myself. If you talk about Ruto here in my house, no, not me. No.
Stephen, can you land? Can I give you 2 seconds to wind up, and then I can also interject a little bit.
Yeah. Me, I know you can. I don't know. You say you come from here. You see this kind of this thing. You don't like it. It's called Chavanism.
You're wrong, Stephen. I'm not tribalistic at all. I am not. No, I am very open. Please speak your mind.
I said Chavanism. And keep quiet. Why? Why should I keep quiet? Are you okay? I'm a Kenyan like
Stephen, just because Pimo is doing it, doesn't mean I've gone anywhere. I'm still here listening. Just listen to her. Have a conversation with her so that people actually can understand the conversation. And we are not big, just, I'm sorry, I'm not saying that you are, but we can have a sound candid talk. Please, let's respect our moderator that is on the chair right now. Please. If she tells you, wait, you wait. Thank you.
Stephen, thank you for your submissions, and I respect your opinion. It doesn't matter where I come from, even if I'm Gashagua's sister or cousin, it doesn't affect me. I'm neutral. I'm neutral party when it comes to that kind of thing. And I'm not really sure why I'm hearing a background noise. Maybe if you can mute your microphone, Stephen? Thank you. Yes, thank you very much. Now, what I was going to say is that can I just draw your attention to something that I heard today on the news, and which I also talked about in my show, where on NTV there's this lady who's a journalist. Her name is Lois Wangui, and she was talking. She was actually hosting the show today about the case against Gashagua. And there was her fellow journalist colleague called Steve Keter. He was getting public opinions about the same in Uasin County, Uasin Eldoret. And most of the respondents, most of them who were, kind of like hustlers, most of them, and businessmen, all of them were men, by the way, they all shared your opinion that Rigiji should go home. Rigija, if you have a difficult time pronouncing his name, just call him Rigiji, okay? So Rigiji should go home because they believe that he's just wasting their time, he's just wasting time, and they are ready to install the new appointed deputy president, who is the choice of the current sitting president, and that person is Kithure Kindiki. And they're really looking forward to him taking up the DP chair. Okay, and that was what they were saying in general, in summary. However, they also took us round. They're doing like public participation all over the country and trying to get the views of people all over the country. So across the country, on the other side in Mombasa, however, just about all the respondents that were speaking were completely of a different mindset. They believe that the case against Gashagua has been unconstitutionally processed, And they say that they brought so many issues about, for example, they never saw where the CJ herself had appointed the DCJ to select the panel. There were many issues, basically. They were also saying things like, agreeing with you perhaps, that the lawyers of Gashagua, like you said, there were children, they were saying that the lawyers of Gashagua are not genuine and they're just there to take money from him. And they want the lawyers to complete the case, follow the law, because they are viewing what is happening and it sets a precedence for the future. Okay. So basically, they also said things like they were not happy about Brigadi claiming that he was poisoned. They were not happy about that. But on the other hand, they feel in Mombasa, all the respondents there, including the Bungela Wananchi respondent number 3, was saying that Ruto is playing politics and the president cares less about the people. And they said they believe Gashagua is not going anywhere because the IEBC is not functional, and yet it's required in order for a new deputy president to take up his position. So that is the issue. And as much as you have your own opinions, you need to be aware that all over the country, people have different opinions. It doesn't necessarily mean that one has to be from a specific community to have any opinion. And like I feel like maybe you do too. The call, if I recall, the call was Ruto must go. Not Gashagua must go. Ruto must go because if Ruto goes, Gashagua goes, and all their flower girls and boys go. Isn't it? Yeah, the whole Kenya Kwanza team goes, literally. Yeah. So, because you see, if you remove Gashagua, you still keep Ruto. You still retain that problem. And that's the issue. Yeah. And like I agree with you, like the lawyers are out of control. There were like over 30 lawyers in that courtroom. Yeah. I can see you waving, and that means that you're providing your opinion before I can complete. So don't wave. Let me just finish. So, yeah. Do you want me to stop and let you speak? Would you like to say something? Would you like to say something? No. Okay, then that's fine then. But anyway, let me read the comments from the participants in here, yeah? Okay, let's see what they say. I don't know whether it has anything to do with it. You can't see the comments. We now have petition. What are they saying? Please switch off your microphone unless you're going to speak. Steven, unataka kusema kitu? Okay, let me allow you to.
What we're saying is this. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Can
you hear me? Clear. Loud
yes,
and clear.
You're being heard.
Loud and clear. Yes, I can hear you.
There's a problem in your microphones.
Really?
No, I don't think.
Okay, let me talk.
Okay,
let me talk.
You need to mute when you.
The problem is that Kenya. Yeah, this one is this way. This one is this way. Who told you that? Who told you? This here say. What we said is this. Ruto is the one to go. But we wanted to finish regarding Gachagua. I don't know, you call him Gachetha. First. Because the one who chose him. I've been sick here. And I said, oh no. Yeah, remove one. Even a tree, you remove one. Go to another one. Surely, we need Ruto to go. Because that is his weakness. And lawyers, they are building up on his weakness. Yeah, this is your man. Go home. I think lawyers, they just want money. Yeah, because when they kill Gen Z there, I was not happy. I was like, my children killed there. Then I said, this is the best thing to do. Impeach Rigathi Gachagua, because he's the one who was supporting Ruto. Yeah, you remove one, then no sympathy here. Me, I'm not sympathizing anybody here. We are talking sense. Me, I'm a politician in Kenya. Remove Ruto. No, remove Gachagua first. Adi Makanda, no, confusion. And this thing called public participation has not been done in Kenya. We don't know it. Yeah, we don't know public participation. Adi Anguka Makanga, Anguka Dereva. No, those are street boys. What we are saying is this, without my reservation. Me, I'm a big man, boss. I come from here. I live there, here. But I'm a Kenyan. The first thing we have done is to remove Ruto. Ruto is the only one we want. But to remove Ruto, yesterday I was answering, my friend Stone PK was asking, how are you going to remove Ruto? Start from Gachagua. That's the route to remove tribalism. And if you say this is ours, who is yours? We all Kenyans. Yeah, that's not politics. There's a bad game you're playing. Yeah. Game is that if somebody is bad, remove it, root it from politics. We want to remove Rigathi, I don't know, Rigathi Gachagua from politics. Remain with Ruto, because if there are two of them, some of them will go there, yeah, confusion. Me, I don't know whether you know Confusion Center. Yeah, you're confused. You don't know where to go. Remove Rigathi first. Me, I'm in UK. I'm telling you, if you do that, the next person there is Ruto. Because I know Ruto is a conman. I was with him in university.
Steve, tulia kidogo.
Some of you know me.
Steve
is a con man. Does not know where he's going. Now you are a rational person. You're saying it's okay. Yeah. They are not okay. But don't tell us that all of them are not okay. First, if they are not okay, two of them, remove one first, and then you remove the last. I know Kenya are listening to me. Kenya, we want Rigathi Gachagua to go first. Next is this guy. It's called Ruto. Steve. Because he's a liar.
Okay, Steve.
Me, I don't respect him. Wait. I cannot respect
am I being harsh,
liars.
or is this guy just
you see, the problem is that at the capitalism, but he has money. Yeah, I've been listening to this nonsense.
Mute your microphone now.
Okay,
yeah?
for example, if you don't have money, are you not a Kenyan? Surely.
Am I being hard?
This is the identity crisis which we have to denounce.
You've said it before.
This
is why we prefer a drunkard, actually. You're right. Yeah, you're completely correct. Yeah, we prefer a drunkard than a murderer. I agree with you.
Steve, Madam Moderator, I respect you with everything that I have. Steve, can you hear me? When you start talking in this channel, do you listen to whoever is talking to you, and you listen to other people, you just go and go. The moderator is telling you, wait, they have a question. I'm also here trying to ask you, wait, I have a question. Do you put that microphone so far away from you that you don't even listen to what people are saying? Because all we want to do in this channel is to have a good conversation. We have a new moderator right now. She's very nice with you. You know me, I'm never nice like that. But why can't you listen to her when she tells you stop a little bit and just listen to her questions? Why can't we have a decent conversation? Can you listen to what she's asking you? Please. It's just eloquence of people to actually listen to the moderator. So I'm gonna kick it back to you, Madam Moderator. I think you had some questions for Steve, and also the people in the comment section, they're also asking anything, and I mean they're asking a lot of questions. And if anybody wants to come in, please, you can come in. Mkuje tuingie, we have a conversation. Yes, today is Friday. Let's have a conversation. But Steve, be easy with her. Tafadhali, listen to her. I don't have to kick in. Hata mi hajaniita. So, all right. Madam Moderator,
Thank you,
I'm
my
sorry.
referee. Thank you, my referee, Kenyan with love. Anyway, Stephen is my good friend. I'll allow him to vent. It's a very emotional environment right now. Even in Kenya here, you say that you're in the UK right now. You know, the UK is going through its own issues with African immigrants. And we know that you're also affected in a way. The environment is difficult to live in. So you have your own stresses. And then, of course, you imagine that you want to come back to Kenya, and this is the environment that you're going to find here. It's very discouraging, isn't it, Stephen? Very discouraging, very painful to watch your country going down when you're far away, when you're in the West, when you're far away, and you've been hoping that maybe when you come back, you can retire back in your country. But this is the situation. So I understand your frustrations. The only thing, like our referee, Kenya with love, I would just like to request you just not to keep on going after I start asking you questions. Is that okay? And don't assume that just because I look like a mountaineer that I only support Mr. Gashagua. That's not fair, Stephen. That doesn't make sense. Even if I know maybe you have had one too many right now, right? And forgive me if I'm wrong. Yeah? Nothing against you. It's a Friday, so enjoy. I think people in the comment section say that you're very entertaining. Yeah? And they enjoyed it. And I think I've listened to you. I've listened to I've listened to your petition, and I think it makes sense that yes, we should get rid of one, and maybe if we get rid of one, then we get the other one will go automatically. But it's not really automatic. And again, we have to respect the constitution and the procedure that is in place. The processes that are in place must be respected. I don't know whether you're a lawyer. Are you a lawyer, Stephen? Are you a lawyer?
I am a lawyer. I'm a lawyer. If you want to give you the
Okay.
I'm
Okay.
here.
Thank
I'm
you.
a lawyer.
Okay. Wait.
I'm a big
Wait.
lawyer.
Wait.
Oh
Before you
my
go
God.
on. Before you go on. Wait. You are a lawyer. So can you
You know
tell
the
us what
problem
is? No.
in
Wait.
Kenya,
Wait.
you
Wait,
want people
Stephen.
to see. I'm a
Wait, Stephen. I have
lawyer.
a question for you. I have a question for you. I need
I'm
you to
looking at
explain.
everything.
Okay. Wait,
I'm
Stephen.
a
Switch off
lawyer
your
here.
microphone. I'm going
So
to
why
switch off your
do you not
microphone.
give me a chance to give you a
No,
law?
I need you to, yeah, because I need you to understand my question. I have a specific
Yeah,
question.
yeah.
Can you tell me can you tell us what is the process for the impeachment of a deputy president compared to a president in the Kenyan constitution?
There's nothing called, because we watered it down. That's what you don't know me. When I say this, it is in the statutes, it's 150 and 145. They follow each other. Yeah. Impeachment of a president, Gachagua should go home. Ask me another question.
No, you didn't answer
140.
my question. You didn't answer
Yeah,
my
140.
question.
140. Yeah,
Let me ask
that's
you
it.
okay, let me ask you for clarification. You said
Okay,
impeachment,
if you're
somebody
there,
went
just
on.
read it. As we know, Kenya,
No.
we know law.
Yes, I know. I'm not a lawyer and I don't pretend to be one, but I want you to help me understand whether it is true that a deputy president, when they're being impeached, the process starts with the High Court, can go to the appeals court, can end up in the Supreme Court. But with the impeachment of the president, the matter starts and ends at the Supreme Court where there is no appeal. Can you please confirm?
No, you see, yeah. Sorry about that. If you are listening to me, we are the ones who put even 2013, law, activism in law. Yeah, Mutunga, you remember? Maybe you were in a TV, you didn't know. We wanted to find a judge who can really be a judge. So it was having just something in the ear. We asked him. We were looking in our TV. Surely. So we tested him. And 2013, he did not deliver. Yeah, because it was activism. But you see now, if activism to control Kenya in law is just institution, just like a family. If you don't know it, it's up to you. Okay, ask me a question again.
Okay, thank you, Stephen. Can you answer my other
Because
question?
yesterday. Okay.
Listen,
I'm not
Stephen.
being very rude.
Does Kachieda have a right to representation?
Yeah, all of them has a right that is called law representation. But you see, when it comes to the alliance of law, and you want to delay law, so Kenya can be nobody. Yeah, you see that's why the public now they are very angry about law, because everybody's not talking at all. They are carrying books. Huh? Even us, we have books here. We read law.
Thank you,
This
Stephen.
one saying
Thank you.
this.
You have answered my question. Thank you very much, and that makes sense.
Yeah. So
there's a
in
delay.
Kenya,
Yes. They're playing delay tactics. All of these lawyers. I agree with you.
yeah.
Your microphone.
You are right.
Okay, both
want
of
to
you.
interview.
I'm really liking this, but
I want to
Madam
request
Chair.
Ashley to say something. Okay, Stephen. Thank you for
Yes,
your
but
petition.
also
Thank you.
Jackie Dubé is back.
Yes, Ashley, please come forward, and Stephen, kindly mute your microphone. Stephen, please mute your microphone. And Ashley, let me hear from you, and after that, I can hear from Jakinduba. Thank you.
Hi, Queen.
Where's Ashley? Hello, Ashley.
Yes.
Karibu.
Karibu sana. I haven't seen you, so it's good to meet you on the space.
Yeah, I haven't seen you either. Good to meet you.
Yeah, I was on the show yesterday, and we were talking about. I know Stephen was talking about Ruto will be next, but that next one thing we know, the people who brought the impeachment on Gashagua would not bring an impeachment on Ruto. I would wait to see for that day. I don't see that in the near future. So we were talking about, some people were talking about going to the streets. And then I remembered in 2017-18, when they had demonstrations, NASA demonstrations, there's one thing that NASA was doing right. Every time a person was killed, they would give the family 50,000 K to help them with burial expenses. And I think we need to put incentive on the protesters who are coming to the streets, putting their lives on the line. We also need to have money where we put aside and we say we need an army. You see, because when they went to the streets to demonstrate the last time, they were goons sent by the government. So we also, on this other side where they are demonstrators, and that is why structures are important. We can't move organically like fools, because there are certain things that are needed to be planned. How do you plan when there's no structure? So even though not a leader, there needs to be some form of structure where people sit down and plan and then come back and see what the successes were, what the shortcomings are, what the next goal is, and how do you get there. Without that, we are just like the wind blowing in. So we need to come up with a structure so we can raise funds. We need funds so that our people, like all these bodies that are lying in the morgue, someone needs to have sent a certain unit there to take pictures, to go to every MCA in the country so that they can talk to the folks in the village to see whose children are missing or whose folk or king is missing, so that we can get most of these people identified and sent back to their people, because we ask people to come to the streets. But when they get dead, we have no use for them. We don't follow up. And then what is that telling the other people who are still alive? They won't come, because they are only important to you when they are moving. But once they are down, they are of no use, even to those that are calling them to the streets. We need to have responsibility and care. If you care enough for me to come to the street, you should care enough to give me my final respects. And until we show that, people will not come to the streets. So what we do, we get a structure, we get some form of structure in place, where when people die, we advise our people, when you come to the street, write your number, write your ID number on your hand, write your telephone number on your hand, write the next of kin, stuff like that. You care about this person that is coming to the streets, that you tell them, just in case something happens to you and you don't come back, at least you're able to be identified and sent back to your people instead of being buried like a dog. So we are not being responsible. We are requiring too much from people, but we are not giving even the smallest dignity to them when they fall. And then we say we want to come and honor our troops. And there are some laying in hospitals right now. Their families do not even know they died. So how about we first take care of those? How about we go to every MCA and see how we can have these people traced and buried respectfully? So I came up with that. And then I say there's some people, like the other day I saw an officer who killed himself. I said, this guy would have gone in honor. If you want to kill yourself, we can get, now this is extreme. These people who are tired of life, they come, they form an army, and then we send them to these abductors who come clothed in clothed and covering their faces. They want to die, right? Tell them, if you die, we'll give your family 100K. So when you see an abductor, you get like 100 of them. Some of them will die the way they want to. Some will live for the next day to make another paycheck. So because we have to get these abductors, they are like 3 or 4. So if they have an army of 100 people coming to them, they'll kill some of them. So if you get people who don't care to die, to attack them, then that's how you win the battle, because there are people who are not afraid of death. During the 2017-2018, the reason the Uhuru government gave up is because actually people are getting to go to fight, because it seemed like people didn't care about dying because they were getting 50,000, and this 50,000 was going to a family that was in need. So it became like an incentive, and that is dangerous. Because when you deal with people who are not afraid to die, then you have a problem, because then they are not afraid. And there are people who are willing to die. So you can ask for people who are willing to die, not to come and fight with their abductors. They will get them. Some of them will die the way they want to die. But at least they will die. They will get something in the process instead of just killing yourself for nothing. That is my submission. And I know it's extreme, but extreme times call for extreme measures.
Ashley, wouldn't that be considered assisted suicide? And what does our law say about that?
No, what I am saying, we have abductors in the streets. They're abducting people, and these people are ending up dead. How do we get them? People are afraid to go towards them because they're afraid of being shot. So what we are asking is a person who does not care. You see, in the Russian I've forgotten the name. Those people that they hire, GBT, I've just forgotten the name. I know the name. But what they did, when they hired these investigators, the Russians who used to go infiltrate Western countries, they require that you come, you don't have a family, you don't have anyone you care about because you cannot be compromised. You see, like when Gashagua was saying, don't touch my family, number one thing, never show your enemy your weakness or what you love, because that is where they'll attack you. So one thing about the Russians, I've forgotten the name of this army they had when they were the SSR, but they needed you to come, and they needed you to come without any family. They didn't want you to get a husband or a boyfriend or a child, because they wanted you to come without caring about where you're going, whether you're going to come back or you're not going to come back. We are not asking, we are not advocating, we are just saying if that is the decision, we want people who won't care, who are ready to go all the way. In this army, you have to be ready to go all the way. If we get people who are ready to go all the way and they see someone being abducted, they will not care if they are shot. But if there are like 50 of them or 30 of them or 10 of them, and there are only 2 army guards, unless they have automatic revolver, they won't be able to shoot. If it's the shot that comes, the A47, they won't be able to shoot them all. They will be caught, and we need them caught because we need to know who are these. They are criminals. They are not police officers. They are not identifying themselves. The government says they do not know them. So we need to catch them so that they can lead us to who their leaders are. How do we catch them? We need people who are not afraid to die. And then we reward them, period.
Okay. Quite an interesting perspective there, Ashley, because, and it's not really foreign to us, because we do have martyrs, people who actually give themselves up as martyrs, especially amongst the Muslim community, isn't it? You see, people are not afraid to die because they're going to end up getting a certain number of virgins, right? Or there's some people who have given up on life, and there's some people also who have decided to sacrifice their lives. A lot of Gen Zs actually came with that mantra that they're not afraid to die. They're ready to give up their lives. But the question is, what about the rights of their family members? For them to, to say, no, we don't want you to die, we want you to live. And I think maybe I can allow somebody else to respond to that. Stephen, would you like to respond? Would you like to say something about that? That very chilling petition by Ashley. Did you hear my question, Stephen? You need earphones, I think, or something. Okay, Kenyan with love. Can you respond to that? What do you think about that? Kenyan with love, are you there? Or are you cooking?
No, I'm
Did
not.
you listen? Did you listen to Ashley's very chilling perspective? I think she's been watching a lot of ID. You know that program.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Mm-hmm.
Let me tell you.
I've had you all. Yeah. The problem is that.
Yeah. Okay.
Stephen, just
Can I
wait.
talk?
Kenyan with love is responding. Kenyan with love is
Yeah,
responding.
yeah. Because if you talk to this guy, I talk to you. Yeah, you can't understand me.
Just wait, Stephen. Wait until Kenyan with love speaks. Wait, please switch off your microphone. Switch off your mic. Your mic.
Thank you.
Let me tell you, Ashley, you've been here with us for a long time. That was the most eloquent thing that has ever come. Mimi, Madam Chair, I've sat aback. I don't understand how people do not see what Ashley just said. and what actually she brought to the point. Very eloquently brought the nonsensical political, geopolitical things that we do in Kenya. Ashley, wherever you are, I want to give you kudos. Ungekuwa karibu na mimi, I would have given you a high five. Thank you, and thank you. I don't want to spoil what she did and what she said and everything that had to be said, that had to be heard by the Kenyan people. For those who heard, I'm done. Mimi nimenyamazia hapo, my Madam Moderator, my chair. Hapo ndo nimeishia. That's where I end at that point. She said it.
Umeniwacha hapo kwa mataa. Asante sana. But yes, anyway, no, I listened to it. Actually, I'm not making fun of Ashley's contribution whatsoever. I think it's a very serious issue because this goes to show the desperate place that we are at in Kenya at the moment.
They are called KGB, the KGB of Russia. What they used
the KGB of Russia. Oh, okay.
You cannot have, even if you have a boyfriend or a girlfriend, you can be killed. They require you not to have any attachments because then you become vulnerable. You don't have any attachments. You go to the job to do the job. So that if someone holds you, they're not going to hold you for ransom for anything. That is what I'm saying that we need. It's not illegal to have somebody who is ready to die for their country. But you can't have something that ties you back, that makes you look back. And even in 2017, 2018, people who followed those demonstrations, they will attest. It was not put directly the way I'm putting it, but people are being paid 50,000 if you die. So I remember someone writing that it's actually encouraging more people to go because you're looking at your family and saying, this 50,000 can really help my family. And going there and dying and getting that money to help your family. I mean, if it, I would rather that it was bloodless. And I'm not saying go and fight. I'm saying go and get these abductors, face them and get them. Some of them will react, and I believe they have guns. But let me tell you, if we had a group do that 2-3 times, those abductions will become less.
Thank you, Ashley, for your submission. Although I want to also add a little bit of throw a spanner in the works and ask you a question. Do you think that some of these abductions are actually targeting specific people? For example, women. Do you think we would have those kinds of people amongst women who would offer themselves?
I'm not talking about the murders like the ones in Isili. I'm talking about the ones, the political ones, like the MCA who disappeared, or political abductors. That is what I'm talking about. These are the ones we just need to fix. Once we fix, the thing is, I had a case which I was following for a person who passed away, somebody who was known, and I followed it where there were leads. I tried to get in touch with the highest of the highest. And the most I got is someone came and told me, I've talked to very high people, and the way I'm seeing them, they're protecting somebody. So this year is not going to help you. Try and get private investigation on this. So that's the thing. We have, when the heart is rotten, there is nothing we can do. And that is why Ruto has to go. Even a simple crime, which everybody can see where the chips fall, cannot be investigated. The only things that they investigate is what Ruto tells them to do. So he needs to pay them from his pocket. We have a police force that works for the state, but not for the people. How many times have you gone to your police station and they tell you have to pay them for gas because they don't have hawana mafuta ya kuweka kwa gari, yet you are paying your taxes? We don't have police. So I'm not talking about that crime. And these crimes that you're seeing here could also be sacrifices. I'm not even talking about that. I'm talking about these people who are being sent to arrest protesters. like is it Francis Gathu or somebody like that was abducted the other day. Those are the ones I'm talking about. The other one we will fix, but we only fix when we have someone in power who is serious about the state of our affairs in Kenya. We have an urgent need to get Ruto out. Urgent, like as soon as yesterday.
Thank you for your clarification there, Ashley. Vic, would you like to respond to that or add your own whatever?
Thank you so much, Miss Mo, Skumingi, Ashley, Stephen, and Kenyan with love. I was loving what Ashley was saying, but the only thing that I kind of tend to disagree on was referring how Azimio was paying out those victims who lost family members as an incentive. That thing was not an incentive at all, and it sounds kind of disrespectful to those families when we refer that as a way of encouraging people to go to the street because they know that there is a 50,000 that is coming. That's kind of disrespectful, to be honest. People were going to the street because they were fighting for things that they felt were not right in the nation. So I think thinking of it in a way that Kenyans will go to the street because there's a 50,000 payout that an organization will pay us is a way of disrespecting Kenyans. Kenyans have no jobs. Kenyans have no health care. Kenyans have no way to put food on the table for their families. They are struggling. That's the primary reason why people go to the street, not because there's like an incentive. Kenyans don't care about that 50K. It doesn't change their life in any way. And on these judicial proceedings, I think Ruto knows the end game for it. While Uhuru was sleeping in class, Ruto was busy arranging for the future. He was investing in every aspect that can enable him be a dictator in our nation. In judiciary, in the police system, in the military, alikuwa anajipanga. He is way ahead of the game than what we thought earlier on. So what he is currently trying to do is trying to impress the international community that Kenya has a judicial process that works, which doesn't. They'll just fake it the same way Parliament and Senate played Gashagua as if they were listening to him, but all his defense were just falling on deaf ears. They didn't care. They had already predetermined how things are going to move. You remember the housing levy. The housing levy, Kenyans, we ran to court and we celebrated that, at least court is going to stop it. Well, they listened. At the end of the day, what did they do? They just said, it's going to stay. And that's the same thing with Gashagua. And every time we'll be running to court, they'll be listening, pretending like they're listening to us. But guess what? The same constitution that we are trying to uphold and follow, that's the same constitution that Ruto atatunyanyasa nayo kila siku, because him himself is not even following it. He knows the end game. You'll go to court thinking that you're going to get justice, yet you'll end up getting nothing at all. That's my contribution for now. Thank you, Ms. Mo.
Thank you, Razvik. So basically what you feel is that there's an ethical and moral issue that needs to be considered in that. And also the legalities of such a thing. Also, I'd like to ask you, is that what you feel, if I understand you, the ethics? You have a problem with the ethics of that. And I can also see in the comment section that apparently mercenaries actually exist for this very purpose. So maybe what Ashley is saying is that it's a specific type of person who has committed themselves to do this, because anyway, either way, they are ready to do that. It's not that they would be identified, selected. It would be the other way around, that they present themselves to you and then you offer them. It's not like you offering them and then they present themselves to you. I think, but anyway, either way, I also agree with you. I also have issues with the ethics and morals of this, but it's not to discount the fact that these things are happening. There are mercenaries out there. There are people ready also to give up their lives, for a cause and for a just cause. And why not then use that opportunity, the support to their families, if indeed they're going to give up their lives. Yeah. Yeah, I see we have who else? Ashley, did you want to say anything about that? Did you want to respond
I
to
just
what
wanted to
Rasmus
add,
said?
can you imagine being at home and people are calling you out to come to the street, and then you see they're saying there are 200 bodies in the mortuary who have not been claimed. And I feel it is irresponsible for those people who are calling people to go to the streets and not following up on those that are fallen. If they followed up on those who are fallen and gave them their due respect, a lot more people would be willing to go out to their clarion call. And also, even if you are abroad, because I've noticed most of the people who ask people to go to the streets are out of the country. The only difference between you and those in Kenya is the distance. So I would wish to see one or two or a few of them on the ground and say, I came. Because it's not that they lack money, it's not that they cannot go, but they are not going. So at another point, if you can't do something, don't ask someone else to do that thing that you cannot do. Because you can't ask someone else to do your dirty work. Thank you.
I have a question, Madam Chair. Hello, Madam Chair. I think you're muted.
What is wrong with my microphone? Jesus. I
Sorry.
apologize for that. Kenyan with love, you said you have a question.
Yes, I have a very deep question with Ashley. And she brings a very big thing. And my question with Ashley, and Ashley, nothing against you in any way at all. Please, don't think kuna kitu na kuingilia ama nini. There has been a problem of people who, and I understand where she's coming from, where people in diaspora actually go, say people need to go to the streets, and the people that are getting killed are the people, the people that go to the streets. It's very true. But then again, and Ashley can correct me, by the way, and I feel for that, because for me, I can put my money out there, get a bus, and tell people, and get a whole bus to go to Nairobi CBD and do whatever. Maybe I can. I'm not saying that I do it. I don't want to incriminate myself. But I can provide that, maybe. But then, where I differ with Ashley is that once you've done that, just because you live outside the country, does that make you less of a a countryman, a countrywoman, a country lady? Or what does that make you, if that's the best that you can do because you cannot be there physically? Now, I'll tell Ashley, the first Mandamano, yes, I was in Kenya. I went myself. And I can say I parked in Holy Family Basilica. na tulichapwa tear gas kama mchezo bwana, tulizunguka. I had forgotten what tear gas smells like. Tulikimbia. I didn't even remember where Holy Family Basilica was. Okay, but I was available at that time. Now, when we talk about remittance, where do we put the line of remittance? Does the remittance stop on how much we bring in our country, or also how much we bring in our change of our country when at least you living outside? So, because I see people saying, nyi mnaongeanga cause mko huko nje hakuna kitu mnafanya and all that. But again, we're remitting to actually pull the buses and pull the waters and pull the handkerchiefs and pull the Kenyan what do you call it? Excuse tunaendanga na Kenyan flags and all that. We go to a point of even printing the banners, but then you guys are still beating us and telling us that you're outside and you're speaking from outside. So for me, sometimes I wonder, should we just leave it? I mean, we are the ones fighting with the Congress people that we are telling them not to go. We're the ones fighting with Meg Whitman and sending the messages that we can actually send. We're the ones sending all these things and going to our mayors around and telling them, do not associate with this man because he's not part of what we believe in.
Can I answer?
So what do Kenyans want us to do? Do they want us to come back to Kenya and just become, I mean, just come and get on the streets, or do they want us to help them while we are out here and whatever we are doing? Because whenever we get a chance to come into Kenya, we do what we want to do. But whenever we are out of there, guess what they're gonna say? Nyinyi watu wa majuu, nyinyi ni masamabanis. You guys do not even understand what happens here. Yet we are the people that wake up in the morning and look at the, I mean, Madam Chair, how do I know what happened yesterday? We wake up every morning to look at that thing. I mean, you're sitting in your job and you're looking at everything that happens in Kenya. Sometimes, most of it, I mean, because the mainstream media does not even show everything. Most of the times, you know, Madam Chair, you've been, you know me, you've been sending me some things that you see out there that will never be shown in the mainstream media. But guess what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna show it over here in this channel, you know, and this channel is where people are gonna see. So ni nini munachapa your Kenyans who are actually seeing what is actually out there and what needs to be done in Kenya, and people who actually commenting, I mean, you know, putting their resources into Kenya.
Okay, Mato, I think you misunderstood me. I said it's a personal, you see, like you said, you've gone. I said somebody, it's not collective, but what I'm saying, personally, I will not tell someone to go to the street. If I cannot go to the street, like even if I was there, I wouldn't go, or even I wouldn't call a relative of mine and tell them to go to the street. So it is something personal. Some people would go, some people like you have gone, and some people don't go, but they call people they know and encourage them to go. But if I cannot encourage someone I know to go and I cannot go, then I should not. It's something personal. Then I should not come here and tell somebody else to go who I don't know. That means I don't care if they come or not. But the people that are close to me, I'm not willing to ask to go. I'm actually telling them, stay home today. There are demonstrations. So it is not something collective. It is something like, if I cannot do that personally, then I should not come here and encourage people to go. And personally, what you said about the way engaging the Congress people, engaging the political leaders, that is what I advocate. Personally, I don't see that going to the street only ends up having people killed. And for anything, any strict action to be done, a lot of people have to die. a lot of blood has to be shed. Just showing up on the streets is not going, in the little people that we've been seeing, a few people, is not going to change anything. So please don't get me wrong. I am not discouraging you. I think you're doing something good. You've gone to the ground, but I say it on a personal level. If you can't do that on a personal level, or even ask someone that is that is dear to you to do that, you're actually telling them to stay home because they are going to be demonstrations, then you cannot, then you have no moral authority to come and ask other people, to encourage other people to go and put their lives in danger. That's what I was trying to say. So I hope I've made the differentiation between what you're saying and what I am saying, or if you think there's a difference between the two.
Thank you, Ashley, for that clarification. I hope you're comfortable with that clarification, Kenyan with Love, because as somebody who has also lived in the diaspora and who does live in the diaspora from time to time, sometimes one can misunderstand or misinterpret. But I think Ashley has been quite clear from the very beginning. She's saying, don't ask someone to do what you can't do, basically. And that's, or what you can't ask a very close person in your family to do, because there are people who are inciters and instigators who just eventually throw a stone and then go run to the back, and wait to see, who's going to go in front to go and catch that stone, go and throw the bomb and run to the back. So there are some hypocrites out there, and it's true. So I think I understand Ashley where she's coming from. How do you feel about
Madam Chair, let me also say, agree with you and agree with Ashley. We agree to disagree, because I have seen like Ikonini. There's this guy, and that day he pissed everything about me when he was saying, "Oh, the time that they were in." I mean, he was not in town. He was looking at everything, and he was like, "I'm not going to go to town. What if I get killed?" So, and you look at him, and he's sitting on I don't know if you guys watched that Ikonini thing, and he's sitting there on a couch and saying that nikiuliwa sasa and all that, but he's willing, and that's why I agree with Ashley. Ashley, by the way, I agree with you. Nakubaliana na wewe, even Queen Mo, because yes, kuna watu wenye tu wanataka kila kitu ifanywe, and they want it to be done. Does that make sense? They want it to be done, but they're not going to be a part of doing it. The difference with us is because we are divided by miles and miles of ocean. So what do? We are only given a chance of at least supporting. And how do we support? Sometimes financially, sometimes maybe even verbally, what we are talking about kuongea. That's the best I can do. Mnataka nifanye nini? Nitoke US nikuje maandamano kesho? Nitarudia wapi?
Hatutaki utoke US ukuja maandamano. Now you guys, I think we need to wrap up, unless Kenya with Love, you're thinking something different.
No. I think it's a very decent conversation that we are having.
It is a great conversation, and it's taken a completely different twist from where we started, and which is just fine, because that's life. You know what I mean? Life, we evolve. And sometimes, some of the things that we discuss, sorry to interrupt you, Kenya with Love, some of the things that are discussed end up into unexpected or unplanned, questions and concerns. And, that now we're moving into strategy. What to do next? What are our options? Because I think people are probably getting a little bit exhausted about talking about problems, and now we're looking for solutions. And I think that's a good and positive thing. So I think maybe in terms of solutions, where can we go next? What can we do next? I think we can, each of us, have our submission and then be done. I think, let me start, if you don't mind, because and try and make it short, like about 3 minutes each. Maximum. So for me, my solution would be that anybody who is being asked to leave the country need to think twice. The days are gone when living abroad was the only option that Kenyans had. Still, there are very many good opportunities, especially for education and learning Fewer opportunities, however, for jobs. It's good to be in touch with reality and see whether you're really going to be improving your life or not, and not necessarily use influencers, online influencers, as your yardstick, for making a decision. Because many of the people who were working in Dubai have said that if you're earning a salary of even like 40,000 in Kenya, there's really no point of going to the Middle East. Yeah, there's really no point, because if you come here, there are many people who have come back and they're starting Uber driving, and they're making good money, or they're managing, and they feel that there are other aspects apart from money. There are other aspects to their lives which are important, which is also their social and their mental health. Social ability to socialize for their mental health. Yeah, and I'll stop it at that point. It's a bit shallow, I know, but what I'm saying is that I think we just need to reevaluate all the information that we're getting, and also ensure that we're getting genuine information, because also there's a lot of fraud on the internet and a lot of information which is not accurate or even coming from the sources that they say it comes from. So at this time, it's just time to be very careful, and especially going towards Christmas season, we have to be careful because there's a lot of con men out there, and we've already been warned about it. Yeah, and to consider maybe even using cash for transactions. That's one of the solutions that I would probably recommend, that we start understanding that we are being monitored, and that we need to maybe consider new ways of transacting business. So, okay, so that's my submission. I think we will go to Ashley, and then we'll come down to Kenya with love and finish with Razvik. Ashley?
Oh,
Do you have any final words?
My
Solutions
final word.
going forward. What's the way forward? You've already told us your way forward.
I prefer always to talk about the way forward, because we've been talking and crying, and that's what the government wants. If we stop doing what they're doing, because we are crying, as we have seen, so we need to come up with solutions. Solution number one, I hope someone would go to court. We need to bring an attorney here. We need to hire an attorney that we pay and put petitions in court. In the meantime, before we get Ruto out, we can do small things. That small thing number one, this NGCDF was ruled unconstitutional, but they were allowed to continue until December, I think, of 2025 or 2026. So I don't know how something can be unconstitutional and still allowed to continue. I would pray that we have someone appeal that verdict, and then to have it not only ruled unconstitutional, but retroactive, to where the money that has been given out, it is either detailed who it was given to, and whichever cannot be accounted for is refunded. Number two, we need to come up with a law about engorgement, like price engorgement or gorgement, where government should have standard prices of their whatever what they're buying. When you're selling to the government, that there are standard price list. So if you want to do any business with the government, you have to accept to go by their price list. If you do not want their price list, then you do not do business with the government. That is going to cut costs on where they steal a lot of money, where they're selling things at high prices to the government. That's number two. Number three, and my last one for today, is that this there's some money they give to political parties. We need to appeal that since we are strained for cash, that political money can come back to the people. Either the old people are given only 2,000 each month. Some of these old people are dependent upon by their children or their grandchildren, and 2,000 is a joke. That money needs to be increased to something like 6,000. And also we can use this money and to pay teachers. It can be put back into the community. And there is ways that we can create these jobs that we are going. Like now, there are so many old people who have no one to take care of them. Our government can use this money they are giving to political parties that belong to individuals. Political parties should raise their own funds, because even when they work, they don't work for the people, they work for the leader. So the money should come from the leader. So that is something actually we should need to take to court. We need to argue that political parties should not receive government money. That money can be used to either do civic education, it can be used to create jobs on the ground, because like now, all these old people who have nobody to take care of, instead of going to other countries to take care of their old, the government can actually pay these people to take care of our old, so they have quality of life. The government can pay our mothers, young mothers who are working, and some of them can't work because they don't have childcare. They can provide vouchers for this childcare for the mother to go to work or to school. With these political funds money, the money can come back to the people. We have so much concentrated money on the top to where the citizens live in abject poverty. When our leaders go out of the country, they live in five-star hotels like the first world country leaders, yet on the ground, if you live in Westlands or Eastlands, you can't go to the same hotel. So how comes that a third world leader is going to the same hotel to stay as a first world leader? They should be a difference. They should be taken to 3-star hotels, and if they want to promote themselves to 5-star hotel, they should pay themselves for that difference. Those are the things that we can actually try and actualize as we try and take Ruto out of government. Last and not least, I wanted to say that we can create jobs in our country, and where we depopularize Nairobi by creating jobs in the villages. How do we create jobs in the villages? Instead of our children washing the classes, we can employ janitors. Instead of our children going to school and carrying food, we can make a kitchen where we employ cooks. And then we get buses, so our children are not raped, they're not stolen on the way to school. We can have county buses, city buses in the country. We can create roads that are built by Kenyans, and then that way, as we do those things, there are small cities that start to come up, small shops start to come up, and you see people leaving the country and actually going to the villages because there are jobs, so that even young people who are working are not trying to send their families back money home, that they can build themselves without the burden of the family. Thank you.
Ashley for president, right? Fabulous, Ashley. Thank you very much. Those were amazing points, and I've written them all down. I think that's also food for thought, and also maybe a topic for another day. And maybe on my show, I'll also pick up a few of these topics. About, for example, you're talking about depopularizing the cities and moving back to the rural areas. But if you're aware, the global agenda is trying to do the exact opposite, isn't it? But anyway, that was a great summary. Thank you so much. I don't want to water it down or to steal your thunder. Let's move on. I think maybe we'll ask Kenyan would love to speak last, because he'll have to also wind up the show. Ras Vic, are you ready to give your final submission in a few minutes? And then we can give Kenyan would love. What's the way forward in your view?
Way forward, I tend to agree with Ashley on taking jobs to mashinani. That's a very good idea. If we can have a government that give investors incentives for creating companies in the rural areas, so that they can create opportunities to the locals, that will improve those areas in a good way, in a very positive way. I remember I come from an area called Aero. It's just off Kisumu, and there's an Indian company that just started a few years back to manufacture mattress, and now they are even doing steel for construction. It just started like a small company, then it expanded by buying extra land, and during that time they offered, when they were buying land from some locals, they were even giving them money for construction on how to, put up modern homes, in their next places where they were going to rebuild. And it really improved that area. They have very nice houses, and also now the locals can actually earn wages regularly. They can get a paycheck like either every month, bi-weekly, consistent, and it has really improved that region. Now there's like a nice resort that somebody just put up not too far from that place, and it's really improving the area. But it needs a lot of government involvement. If the government that we have is just thinking on how they can identify every opportunity to milk Kenyans, then it will be very hard for that reality to come true, that reality to come true. So I think for now, Kenyans just needs to be persistent. Let's sit back and watch and see how Ruto is going to deal with this Gashagua situation and also the Adani situation. At the same time, let's wait and see if he's going to do any improvement on our healthcare system, which I doubt. At the end of the day, when people are not satisfied by, all his drama and the things that he's doing by making people's life difficult, people are going to unite, and they won't need any kind of incentives to remove him in power. Today it's gonna be Gashagua, but don't forget that Ruto is next. Kenyans haven't forgotten. Thank you everyone in the comment section and our listeners. Have a good night.
Thank you so much, Rasvik. That was great. Thank you very much. And I think let's not forget our security issues. But yeah, those are really great points. Those are really great points about incentivizing people to start industries in the rural areas. And yeah, I heard you there, and I think that would be. I think a lot of people are yearning, to feel the ground, to smell, clean, fresh air, and to enjoy the nature and the beauty of the rural areas, and also, of course, the community, building our rural communities. But hey, don't we have a big pushback? It might end up having to be a fight to go back to those rural areas that we used to laugh at and run away from. Okay, Kenyan with love, can you wind us up, please, kindly?
Can I? Am I audible?
Yes, very audible.
Thank you so much, ma'am. You know what? First of all, let me start by thanking you. But also, as I thank you, I'll thank you at the end of it. There's this African culture, and I'm not going to talk about Kenya. There's an African culture that used to be, and for those guys, sometimes you see, it's even a problem to say kusema mtu mwenye ametembea because watu watakuchukulia unajifanya. You see, that culture is very bad. But there's to a point where, like, in Kenya, I remember those times where kama unaenda majuu ulikuwa you are not supposed to say unaenda majuu cause sijui utarogwa, sijui watu watakuchukulia vibaya na vitu kama hizo, like ni kama like you are special, like even you find people, mtu akisikia uko majuu yeye anakusikia uko you're more special. But when you look at when Tomboya and Jeff Kennedy, when they were doing that, sending people out there, they were actually sending people out there so that they can actually bring the knowledge that is actually out there back to their own country. It wasn't about kutuma watu huko. So yes, people do not understand this, and kuna watu bado wako na hiyo kasumba. And that kasumba is a very bad thing in the society. Society yetu iko nje, yani sometimes you don't even want to speak English. Unataka kuongea Kikamba nyane Mukamba. So that now you're seeing one of us. But instead of people actually getting what is actually out there. So now, what am I trying to say? Why is Ruto having a problem with the other countries? It's because people out there are seeing him that this is not the guy that we thought he was going to be. And as a Kenyan, being out there, you're not supposed to be that person that looks at him like that. It's supposed to be other people. But the fact that I've been out there, I need to actually call him out. And I am going to call him out. Just by the mere fact that at least I have the opportunity to. And the biggest problem with Kenyans is that Kenyans are not hit by other Kenyans. Kenyans are hit by themselves. Right now, you can look at the comment section and you'll find a lot of people that will hit me are just Kenyans. And everybody that comes here, that there's so many Kenyans who've lived I mean, all over the world that used to come over here that no longer want to come over here. Why? Because the comment section, especially, they will come and hit you. Now, what am I trying to say, Madam Chair? I'm just trying to say that we are our own enemies. We've been our own enemies since even before independence. That's why Thompson Falls is called Thompson Falls. Who was Thompson in Kenya? Huh? I don't know. You said something. I saw you say something. I don't know who Thompson was in Kenya. So, when Ashley is talking, Ashley is very right on point. And Ashley,
He
thank you
must have
so
been a
much.
missionary, by the way, right? Sorry, I was.
Yeah, he was a missionary. A missionary.
Yeah.
And he's the one that discovered Thompson Falls? Really?
Discovered
Yeah, huh?
or passed by?
No, discovered.
Invented, even. Created.
So the guys that were sitting there, they were never, they never saw this water falling. And that's the damn, sorry, my dear sister and Madam Chair. That's the thing that in Africa, what we've done is the thing that even our constitution has come to a point that, oh, even America does this, when now we actually know more of JFK than we know of Kibaki. I mean, we can take you, when we're talking about constitution, we can actually take you all the way to 1922. I mean, 1822 of the first president of the United States. We can even go to Margaret Thatcher. Yet we can't even go to anything of ours that started just 1963.
True.
You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So it has come at a point where people need to actually now concentrate on ourselves, and that is why you find that even now is since this Murara guy started coming, that now we are starting to understand that we have Tanzanite in Kenya in Tana River. And did we really not know that? I mean, are we saying that people who live there never knew that and cannot see it happening? They don't know why we see all these people. I mean, are we so dumb, stupid, or are we both?
No. Not to want to interrupt you, but I've always wondered to myself whenever Kenyans tell me that they're working in gemstones. They've been working in gemstones since I came back here from the US in the 90s. What do you do? I'm a gemstone trader. I do gemstones. I do mining of gemstones. I'm like, really? Where? And they have shops. There are shops in town with Kenyan gemstones. I think they've been exporting them all this time.
From Voi.
From Voi, yes. I've heard from Voi, but there are many other places as well, apparently. Even gold.
It's nonsense. In this thing of being called third world countries, Madam Chair, I mean, when are we going to sit down and say that I mean, we need to be real. That's why Ruto is trying to ship out anybody that is a little bit more educated. Because remember, you're not going to take somebody who's not educated to send them outside the country.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? Because they don't even know how to process their visa.
Mm-hmm.
So how you gonna send somebody? I mean, that's why he wants to get everybody out there, because now they get the money back in, and people think so in equilibrium and math. What we say probability is that you might think is just something that is being said, but 1 + 1 + 2 + 3 + 4 adds up to what? 10. So you might think you're just taking one. But what you don't understand is that that one adds up to more than 10. And I can see Ashley is back, and I want to thank Ashley. Actually, thank God she's back. Ashley, as I finish, Madam Chair, thank you so much. Ashley, thank you so much. Ile kitu umeleta kwa hii show yote, and how you've really prosecuted your case. That is exactly how we need to be talking about here. Si kugonganaga huko hivyo tu, you're just looking at kugonga mtu. We had a very good conversation. Ashley ameleta point yako, na Queen Mo, thank you so much for handling very well. I really appreciate you. I hope you keep on doing this, because we respect you a lot. And I want to specifically thank Ashley on how she came with it. Queen Mo, that will be the end of it until kwanza malizana na Ashley, and then I know huko nyuma you don't know how to funga hizo vitu za nyuma, but I got your back.
Thank you very much to everybody who has contributed. Ashley, definitely, I also want to say thank you very much for giving us a new perspective, very incisive points. Apart from yourself, also Rasvik, really appreciate all of you guys. Towards the end, those of you in the comment section, Blue, I just used your first names, Blue, Dew, wow, Annie, really appreciate you, Wairimo, who else is on there? Press Joy, and anybody else that I have not mentioned that was here during the last session. I really want to appreciate you. There was some due diligence actually mentioned, something like identify his this person, dues recommendations or suggestions were identify key commodity availability county, determine their needs, establish streams for commodity supply demand. I tell you, there is no shortage of intelligence, no shortage of ideas from Kenyans. Kenyans have been hired all over the world for our smarts, our intelligence. But unfortunately, we are being stopped in our tracks. We have to realize we are actually in a war zone. Yeah, literally, we are at war with people who don't want to see us progress. As soon as they see us progress, they just treat us like cockroaches and they want to smash us. Yeah. But for the sake of our children and our children's children, we still have to pay the price and keep on. And the price may be that you may have to give up some of your dreams or even cut short some of your work. It may not be that you were killed or that you'll die or anything, but it may mean that you might have to stay back and look after your elderly person like I have done. It might have to mean that you may have to start focusing on yourself, like Mato has said here. You must have, focus on yourself. We must focus on ourselves. Be the Ibrahim Traores of Kenya. Wear those caps if we have to. I love those red caps, and actually stand up for our continent and for our countries and for our villages, because otherwise we have people who are watching and very envious, want to take over and come and cut short our lives, because there are many people who see death as failure. Mato, did you notice that when Steve Jobs died? In fact, I noted myself that when Steve Jobs left this earth, for some people who are in his category, let's think about people like, I'm not saying it's him, but I'm thinking like people like Bill Gates and them, the rest of them. They now started to try to see how they can self-preserve. For them, that was, to them, it's almost like a failure not to self-preserve. If it even means that you're going to go and take your body to the moon, yeah, so that you survive. So what is Africa? What is Kenya to them? Who are we? They don't care about sacrificing our children.
That's the my dear sister. That's the one thing that I don't know how you noticed that. I
I
respect you
noticed
for
that.
doing that.
Yeah. That is when they went into overdrive to self-preserve. Everybody is trying to see how to self-preserve, how to grow body parts in labs because they don't want to die like Steve Jobs. They can't believe it. And if they do go, they're going to go with many of us. Yeah. And they certainly do not want to see Black young people live. And this is why I want to tell young people to start looking within Africa for African solutions. They are right within Africa, including your solutions to your education, because there are many Africans who have been educated abroad and they're working in our universities and there are opportunities there. So I think, you know, a lot of money is made in this continent. On this continent, I've lived in the US, I've lived in the UK. I know that where the places where people live most comfortably are places in the South. It's in the southern states, the southern part of the world. That's the most comfortable part of the world. Even in Asia, even in Australia, is the same. But anyway, I don't want to take your time. Sorry, Mato. Sorry for interrupting you. Please close off. And
Hey, no,
just to
it's your
say
show.
thank you to everybody.
It's your
And
show. It's your show.
yeah, thank you to everybody. And let's support one another. I support Sound Kind of Live. They support me. We support each other. It's a very nice symbiotic relationship that we have. And it's not about egos. It's just about giving people opportunities to speak. Those ones who are awake earlier can join me in the earlier show. Monday, Wednesday, Friday, that's when I have my show. I'm just starting it. I've done about 3 sessions and I'm not an evening person. So I really have to work very, very hard to concentrate and be able to deliver in the evenings. But that is my sacrifice. That is my way of giving back. So thank you guys. You've also given back because you're here. You could have been doing other important things, but you chose to come on to Sound Kind of Live because you love your country. And thank you for that. Fellow citizens, I hand over to Kenya with Love to complete. Unless Ashley, yeah, okay. Final comment from Ashley.
Yeah. I send you a chat message. Did you get it? A message on the chat.
On the chat. Oh, okay. Oh, you mean in the private chat?
Yeah, so that's where I had come back.
Oh, I see.
In the private chat. Yeah, that's
yes,
what
yes.
I don't know that you'd be there tomorrow. Yeah, so just read that and you can be able to do that.
Rules by CCP Gray. All right, all right. I think Kenya with Love, because he's the one who is in charge. Eventually, I think maybe he can
No,
save
I
that
give it to
information.
you. I'm just here to. I mean, I'm just gonna
You can save the
oversee.
information in the private chat, or maybe just copy paste or something. Put it maybe somewhere. She sent a message.
She wants to discuss it, so.
Oh, she wants to discuss it. Oh, I thought she said she just put it
Tomorrow, 19 minutes video. We talked about it yesterday, but we didn't finish. We were supposed to come again today. It's very insightful. So go and watch it. And if you be coming tomorrow, I hope you can discuss it with people, because in order to defeat someone, we have to know what they are doing, their tactics. Once we know their tactics, then we are aware, and that's how you
Ashley, I have a question for you. Are you in Kenya? Because I want to send you. Do you have my number?
No, I do not.
You don't have my number?
No.
Are you in Kenya right now?
But I think I'm not in Kenya. I'm in the US. Someone is saying that it's not good to discuss that kind of information here. And I think it's important for us to discuss here what our leaders are doing, how they use us, because until we expose them, when someone is an abuser, the way you defeat them is by exposing them. Once you expose them, we won't fight because we'll know that we are all victims. And that's how we defeat them, by knowing what they are doing behind our backs. And then now we are able to attack them.
Okay, Ashley, look at that private chat. Huh? I just sent you my number. And in case of anything, you can reach out Queen Mo.
Okay. So
Yeah.
what Ashley
Yeah.
what Ashley shared, is that a YouTube video or something?
I, I I mean, she has to tell us, you know.
A link. It
She's
looks
not
like it
here.
is. I'll look for it. I'll look for it and watch it if that's what she's
I'm
asking
also
me to
gonna
do.
look for it. So it's
Yeah. Thank you,
CGP.
Ashley.
Yeah. Did
Okay.
you? I hate this. I mean, I hate these things of people waiting until the last moment is when they want to come in. Do you want to say? Can you say something to Lala and just
Oh,
this?
Lala. Yeah. Yeah. Actually,
Yeah.
he was supposed to speak, but he didn't. So let's just give
But
him
they
an
wait until
opportunity.
it's the last minute when people are leaving.
Reverend Lala. Hello, Reverend Lala. Welcome to the show. And we are closing off. Do you have any specific burning comments on the way forward, or a petition that you want to propose here or
I
submit?
don't think I can talk much because I'm in a place where I can't.
Okay.
But I'm just happy to see all of you. Kenya with love. I mean, Kenya with love, yes. And of course, Ashley and all of you in the background. I just want to let you know that I'm well. I've traveled, so you guys, you know where I am, and so I'll be sharing a little bit more with all of you. But I'm happy that Queen Mo is with us, leading, and all of you. Kenya, the Candid Sound Talk is the place to be, and let us, just words of Ashley, we got to expose them, but let's always be factual, because there's a lot of things going around which are not right, but this channel is about truth and facts, and that way we win every time. We don't believe in sensationalism with no facts behind, and I think that's our way to victory. Otherwise, thank you guys. Uh, I'm happy to be here. Um, and bye bye. Take care, guys. I can't say much.
Okay. Safe travels, Reverend Lala. We missed you and we thank you very much for acknowledging us and advising us on the way forward. Yes, we try to be as factual as possible and avoid sensationalism and, conspiracy theories, because really we're not interested in creating fallacies. We're actually trying to deal with the truth, yes, which will set us free. So, Kenya with love. Yeah, with that, please wind up.
Okay, let me wind it
Yeah.
up. Now, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much. I wish everybody that we've been here for all these years. You can thank our dear moderator today, Queen Mo. She's came. I mean, she came hot, and I mean, she's not playing with anybody. And she came hot. She made our show very well, and she's gonna be here more. Now we also gonna be into her show. She's Queen Mo. Please introduce your show so that everybody can also be there, and what days and what times you're gonna be doing that.
Thank you so much. Well, my show is actually under the video YouTube channel called African Queen Mo Cardiff, which I have actually written in there. And it will come on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. And I'm calling it kind of like a news brief. It's just going to be a news brief for about an hour. And today it stretched a little bit more than that. But if you come in and participate, it can go on, but I don't want it to go on too long. It should be about an hour, maximum an hour and a half, from approximately 8 o'clock to 9 o'clock. Every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. And that there I'm going to be trying to do a summary of the news in Kenya, and also try to link it with what's going on in the rest of Africa. and anything, in the rest of Africa, because you see, we are one continent, we're not an island. So on the show, we also have participants from different countries, different African countries, because I had created a WhatsApp group many years ago where we have many Africans from different African countries who contribute a lot of very interesting insights on our continent. But of course, primarily being a Kenyan and also being a diasporan as well, I think, it would be relevant to all of us. So the idea is that we keep everybody aware about what's going on in each of the country, while we're also respectful in terms of the language, understanding that not everybody speaks Kiswahili, but everybody is interested in Swahili, actually. So if you can use your local language, we encourage you to do that, but always remember to interpret. So join me on Monday, where I'll be presenting a news brief. Usually I'll do a little bit of a news roundup and hope that we can then discuss the points, just as Pastor Bernard does here very well on the show, and also Kenyan with Love. So thank you so much for that. It's African Queen Mo, Cardiff. Remember to add Cardiff, which is the capital of Wales, which is where I'm based sometimes of the year. Thank you so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, go in there and subscribe. Watu wetu tafadhali, we support her. We are not in a competition. She is our sister channel. You've seen her. You've seen the good moderation that she's done for us today. Today was my first day in Nilikuwa huko, and she treats you very well. Go and have a conversation with her before they come over. Before we all come over here. And then now here tunakuja tugongane, wa kugongana na mwenyezi wa kugongana. This is our channel. I want to take special, and when I say special thanks to Queen Mo. Thank you.
Thank you too. Thank you all. Thank you so much.
For even taking that much time and actually running the show even better than I do, or even better than sometimes tunakuaga hapa hivi on a Friday we are having a good time because we are out of work. But thank you for how you did it. It's so special. We really thank you so much. And Sound Candy Talk, welcome to the welcome to the family.
It's my pleasure.
Virginia. So everybody else, asanteni sana, people in the comment section, people who are listening to us, people who are watching us. I hope you had a good moment from when Bernard was here to when we've been here. Asanteni sana. Have a good night. Queen Mo, do not go anywhere. Stay there.
Why are you arresting me? Why? Give me a reason. I protest because you're killing us.
Who is killing you?
You police. You're killing us in our communities. Poor communities. Why do you want to arrest me?
Yes.
People's power. People's power. People's power. When we lose our fear, no more killings. No more killings.
Agombo, this is a message to you. Usitoke, don't come. Agombo, please stay at home. We saw your efforts, okay? We saw everything that you did for Kenya. Now let us. We miss you, but Agombo, please don't even come outside. Don't come outside. Tunatoka on your behalf, okay?
Katambe, ni nyinyi mmechoose hiyo side, hakuna mtu amewaforce. Wacha Katambe, kama unitambui pia mimi sikutambui boss. Wacha Katambe, mnasema mnataka kupea Kenya bright future. True, juu Zakayo akishuka alirudishia kila mtu mali yake times 4.